Hello, hello, I'm here. Trying to fix something for a second. I am here, live and everything, and happy to get back into some Danganronpa today. Hold on, let me get to chatting for some chatting. Where's my chat screen before we go into the game? Before we get into the game. But how are you? I hope you guys who are coming in. Hello, hello. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing alright. And I hope you guys are excited for more continuation of our lovely Danganronpa game, because I sure am. Hello, hello, people. Hello, hello, people who are coming in. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. I always want to make sure people are doing well before getting into the stuff. Oh, Lord. Why does this happen? Trying to fix some things. I am excited to go into the trial. That's where we're at. We're going into this trial. Yes, hello, hello. People who are coming in, hello, hello, hello. Please be doing well. I was excited, and I was doing some... I was just overall excited. Because I still have no idea from all the information of who eliminated our boy Mekamaru. We need to figure out that. I mean, despite we've already kind of investigated as much stuff as we could, I'm still very much like, I still have no idea who would have do it. Because we have not that many people still left in the, with our crews, so with the crews that we already have. So I'm still wondering who would do that to our boy Mekamaru, who just came back, though he was a robot, and then we lose him again. Also, I just am launching the game. The volume is much different than last time. Last time when I played that our character Hajime Hinata is just basically was a reserve course student.
Danganronpa.
Because apparently, if you guys have seen the last time, I think last time my brain's trying to remember. Nagito got through the final dead room and got the information and told us this, and I was just like, oh. It was something I was not expecting, and everything else, along with some other stuff, but yeah, I just feel like we were talking to Nagito just before we go down into the trial, which is what we're about to get into, the trial. Before I actually do that, I'm just putting this there, but I'm just putting it right there. Ignore that stuff, but if I remember correctly, from what Nagito had found in the final dead room last time, which was I think the game he played and everything, that weird puzzle room thingy, whatever, escape room situation, he found some stuff that I believe, because we were separated, like the two houses, Grape House and Strawberry House, were separated, because for some reason one side of the elevator was broken. He completed the final dead room, and then he found out from more information about not only Future Foundation, but also, I guess, only information about our main character, which is Hajime Hinata, he had no actual talent. He's just a reserve corps student. And I mentioned this last time in the stream before, when we found out, what's the point of why did the school have reserve corps students? What's the point? Because apparently that school was only for ultimates. Students with ultimate talents. So it was like, it confused me and all that. So I'm like, there's gotta be some more reason as to why that happened and whatnot. And stuff like that as well. Also, the way Nagito has just been sometimes acting, again, I feel like he has more information than he's telling us at times, but our main focus is to figure out who eliminated our boy Mekomaru in the class trial, because this is where we left off. We were about to go into a class trial, so we need to figure that out. So let's see what we get this time. I'm very much terrified of everything, of what's gonna happen. Anyways, I don't have time to argue with you. Let's go, everyone. Let's go, everyone's waiting. Sorry.
Man.
Everyone, huh? So you still believe you're just like everybody else? There's the weird face. Reserve Corps students are full of themselves. Weird laughter out of nowhere. Nagito's chilling laugh continued as he disappeared into Monokuma Rock. Thoughts. Calm down. That's right, I need to calm down. I took several deep breaths, and once my nerves had settled, stepped into Monokuma Rock. I'm still, again, last time I was so surprised how the freak did Monokuma Rock burst from right there. Look at how many people are only left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 left in this situation. The elevator shook violently as we descended into an ever-increasing speed.
Hey!
Where are you going? When are we in a normal elevator that shakes this bad? Or when we're, sorry. It reminds me of how effective elevator in that funhouse was.
Well, yeah.
I apologize if I mess up the voices. Yeah, that's probably true. The elevator continues to shake and descend deeper and deeper. Same old thing. And suddenly, it stopped, like it always does. And the door opened. What in the world is this? I understand your desire to applaud this wonderful vulgar trial grounds. What in this? It looks like it's it's like more of a weird, it's weird. The look of it is so weird for this trial ground. Sorry, I just can't understand it. I'm just like, what did I just witness with this place? But it's so exciting to discuss useless things, so let's just get down with it already. So sad, my chest hurts. Forcing everyone to do this is so sad.
Hey! Come on now!
Don't go talking without permission after I've said my catchphrase.
Now I'm really angry!
I'll give you... Whoa, why are you saying that? Monokuma, why would you change... Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, okay, a little over the top there, Monokuma. What an extreme punishment!
Now then,
let's get on with it once again!
Yeah.
Let's just move on, boys and girls! This place is just crazy, like, I'm confused how this is supposed to be the trial ground, because there's just lots of random patterns, see some parts. It's like supposed to be, I guess this is supposed to be a continuation of a funhouse or something? Because it's so weird. So it begins. hope this would never happen again. Now it's happening for the 4th time. Frickin' heck. The curtain to the 4th class trial was about to open. Nekomaru Nidai, the Ultimate Team Manager. He was more passionate, more daring, more honest than anyone I've ever met. Truly, he was more man than any of us. He sacrificed his body to protect Akane, and his appearance changed drastically because of that. But he still tried to live earnestly. Oh, Lord. Hoppers is barking. Sorry about that if you hear it. Stuff like that. And just when I finally got used to his new form, Nekomaru's Eliminator. That is one of us. Okay. Look at all the people. Just look at the red. The ones that are red is indicating all the ones who are gone. Eliminating someone because it's the only way to survive is no excuse. We'll let this be excused. They won't forgive this. Persons who betrayed Nekomaru, betrayed their friends. I'll never ever forgive them. Oh Lord. So, this obviously it's always the same thing. Trial glowing with hopes and despair. Again, has begun. Yes, I always want to save. Because, let's see, what are my skills again? I still have... I did not even get any new skills yet. I keep forgetting to. Let me check my truth bullets real quick before I get into... So I need to make sure it's not a file. I'm just making sure I have everything first before I get into it. So, yes, he's been damaged. This is a robot. Yeah, there it is. I didn't even know. I forgot about that. Separated to the impact. Several other areas. Yeah, we know about the wire. The night button. I think that's the... Obviously, so I'm betting before in the trial we're gonna have to talk about this button because he mentioned earlier, I'm just getting this ahead of before I go into the actual trial, that if someone presses the button on the back of his neck, it forces him to sleep mode. So I'm gonna say this, that might be important in the trial eventually. Again, I always keep thinking this hammer is a red herring for some reason. Also, the chain are probably apparently red herring for some reason. We got Akane's account, the pillar fragments, Fuyuhiko's, the wall clock, contact elevator, Strawberry Hall button, the surprise of Nagito. That eventually is going to get important later somehow. Kazuichi's account, alarm timer on Nekomaru, radio clock, strange feeling in the tower. Yeah, I think that's everything. Because I'm just trying to make sure that still I can change my difficulty. I forget I'm gonna have to do. But I'm gonna keep with the same difficulty the whole time. I don't feel like I want to change that. Alright, let's get into the trial.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island.
I always do this.
I'm sure you guys are starving by now, but let's get revved up and raring to go.
Okay, buddy.
Whoever survives will be treated to a fancy lunch. Guess what? Rabbit curry is on the menu!
Okay.
Huh? I'm not the main ingredient, right?
Oh gosh, poor Monami.
I'm here today because Coach Nekomaru risked his life to protect me. I'm gonna be the one who avenges him. I'll definitely find out who the killer is. I'm definitely not tempted by curry. Got it!
You say that while you're drooling, in my opinion.
Akane, you seem to have an impressive amount of drool flowing from your mouth.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. That's what I was about to say, Sonia.
Hey, why don't we try going over the incident?
Thank you, Fuihiko. Yeah, let's go over the incident again.
We weren't able to leave Strawberry House, so I want to make sure we get a detailed understanding.
I discovered Nekomaru's body a little before 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I headed over to Grape Tower for Monokuma Taichi and found the body there. Hajime and Chiaki were also with me.
Yep, we were.
Hajime was with Miss Sonia and Chiaki that early in the morning?
Kazuichi, please don't be just stop. Don't start being jealous, buddy.
Don't tell me you three were together since last night!
Oh my gosh, buddy.
Imbecile! I am not some woman with flexible legs.
I don't even know what that means, and I don't want to know.
Of course you're not. You're much classier than that.
Kazuichi.
With legs like those, I could probably do the splits real easy.
That's not the point, Akane.
We just happened to run into each other on the first floor of Grape House and went to the tower together.
Everyone was going. I think also, if I remember correctly, Hajime, because of the hunger, I think Sonia was kind of going a little crazy, and so we were as well.
And then, the three of us discovered Nekomaru's body.
Yep.
The body discovery announcement was made soon after. Akane heard that and rushed over.
We heard the body discovery announcement too, from Strawberry House, obviously. As I recall, we found out the elevator was out of order, which left us stuck.
Yep.
So we decided to go to the tower for the time being and headed for Strawberry Hall.
Ah.
But someone even broke Strawberry Hall's door button. We couldn't go anywhere because of that.
Thinking we should at least find some method to communicate, we set our sights on the lounge telephone.
Right, because...
Forget these boring intros. Let's talk about the killer.
Oh, they would always bring about that.
Anyway, it's definitely someone from Strawberry House.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, definitely?
There's no way a chick would kill someone so cruelly. So it must be one of you Strawberry House dudes.
Okay, that's Akane's intuition.
One of you better hurry up and confess, or I'll break all of you in half!
Dang, Akane's really angry.
You're the cruelest one here!
Okay, Kazuchi.
Now, enough with the lovers' quarrel. We need to think about this seriously.
Lover's quarrel? Chiaki literally just said lover's quarrel?
We don't have the luxury of discussing irrelevant things. The incident this time has many questions.
I agree.
The incident notwithstanding, I also have many questions.
Then let's start with something even Miss Sonia can understand. The weapon. Well,
Nagito?
the weapon is obvious, right?
Okay, what is Nagito even up to?
What the heck, you guys? The weapon! You could totally tell just by looking.
You can tell what the weapon is by looking. It wouldn't be much of a mystery if that were true. So, the way Nagito is just all he's just saying so far is just, I'm just, it's just the way he's just saying that. The only thing at the crime scene that looked like a weapon is probably... it's been a while. So I'm trying to remember how things work.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime!
That pillar, huh?
Oh, whoops.
No, the hammer!
I forgot how to change things.
The killer used that hammer!
How do I forgot my controls
And
for a second. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Fire is... I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I played, so I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I'm trying to remember how to switch the, move. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I played, so I forgot the controls. I'm basically being noob. Hold on. I'm being a noob. The noobness is in me. I forgot how to do that. I'm trying to remember how to switch the bullets thingy, whatever. My brain is... Because I remember I used to... I'm trying to remember how to... I haven't played in a while, and so my brain is forgetting how to do the controls. Sorry. Sorry. Hold on. Darn it, I'm trying to remember how the controls work. It's one of those days where I usually know how to remember the controls, but I forgot the controls lately. Trying to see, was it the...
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
There we go, okay, there we go. I was like...
That's right! It was a surprise beating! The weapon is decided!
I don't remember. I'm trying to... I don't know. Sorry. I was trying to remember the controls. It's been a while since I played, so... Okay, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've played this game. The hammer in the tower was the weapon, like he said. It looks like that's the case, but... Oh!
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime!
That
Sorry.
pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him!
I don't think so, buddy.
No, that's wrong!
I was like, it's a new hammer. I don't know if it would do that, sorry.
No, I can't accept that hammer was the murder weapon.
Okay.
Why not? Why can't you accept it?
A lot of oil was flowing from Nekomaru's body, just like human blood, right? If the hammer was used to beat Nekomaru, you'd expect some oil to be on it at least.
Yep.
But that hammer was clean. So that's why you can't accept that it's the murder weapon.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but the killer might have wiped off the oil later.
How? I don't think there was anything to do that with.
Why?
Thank you, Chuck.
Well, obviously, to make the hammer look like it's not the murder weapon.
I don't know about that, buddy.
Then why bother cleaning the oil? If they didn't want it to look suspicious, they would have discarded the hammer.
Yep.
You're pretty insightful, baby gangsta.
Oh gosh, here it comes.
Baby gangster? Me?
Uiko was like, what? Did you just call me?
Just so you all know, I was trying to test you guys. I thought, Maybe you guys mistook the hammer for the weapon or something.
Bro, that's the bro. He wouldn't.
It seems that was a waste of time.
Okay, it kind of was if you're that's the way you do it.
Then what was the real weapon used to murder Nekomaru?
That's true. Like, what really eliminated him?
That's the problem. There wasn't anything else at the crime scene that looked like a potential weapon.
Then, how about we look at it from a different angle?
Okay.
If it doesn't have oil on it, it's not the weapon. So whatever has oil on it must be the weapon, right?
The actual weapon has oil on it, but if something at the crime scene that had oil, the broken pillar? Because the pillar had it.
I see!
That broken pillar, I remember.
The only thing with oil on it is that broken pillar.
Then that pillar is the weapon! Coach Nekomaru got clobbered with that pillar!
Akane, did you forget you tried to pick it up with, before, but it didn't work?
Nobody could withstand a blow from that pillar. Even if you used 100% of your muscle strength, it would be impossible to wield it as a weapon.
Why?
Akane, did you forget we tried that and you failed that?
We tried to move it, right?
Yeah, this. She was just like, but failed. It's no use. It's barely budging. Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, that pillar was pretty freaking heavy.
Oh, see? Yeah, I was about to say, Akane, did you forget about that?
But there's one dude who could have lifted that pillar.
Nekomaru?
Huh? Who are you talking about?
Coach Nekomaru's robot body! With that dude's super strength, lifting a pillar would be real easy.
So, he lifted the pillar, and then what? Did he use it to beat himself?
But I don't think so at all. I don't think that would even be a thing.
You mean Nekomaru killed
no,
himself?
No. I don't think he did that. Nope. I don't think so. No.
Don't be stupid! He ain't the type to commit suicide!
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No. He would never do that sort of stuff, whatever that word is.
Then even if Nekomaru could have lifted that pillar, it has nothing to do with the case at all.
Well, I guess you're right.
Okay.
What the heck?
But it does bother me a little. That word. I'm not saying the word. I'm not gonna say that word. By the way, the first elimination of the eliminating school life was apparently ruled as a that. I'm not saying the word or anything, just please don't even think about it. No, that shouldn't matter. There's no way Nekomaru would have done that.
But that's a problem. If it's not the pillar, then there's no other weapon we can think of.
There may be a way to use the pillar as a weapon without lifting it.
Huh?
Huh? For reals?
Really?
Yes, for reals.
I see. So my gut was right after all. Alright, it's up to you, Sonia. Prove that pillar was the murder weapon.
Okay.
Understood. Then I shall give it my all. Sonia, here I go!
Okay. Another argument thingy? Make your argument. I'm gonna put the button for now.
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Oops,
Even
and then
I
keep
could
pressing
probably
that.
tip it over. Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
I'm trying to see what everyone else has to say.
Sonia, you go, girl! I'm getting hella excited!
I'm trying to see what everyone has to say before anything. Hold on. Eliminated Nekomaru by tipping over that pillar. Is that really really it? But wait.
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the
Wait,
pillar was
fragments.
not
Remember,
lifted,
there's fragments under Nekomaru's body.
beating him with it is beyond a dream.
Hold on.
What about tipping the pillar over?
Trying to
They
see,
aimed right for his head and bullseye.
trying to see where I need to use this.
Even I could probably tip it over.
I'm trying to remember where.
Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
I'm also grabbing everything else.
Sonia, you go, girl! I'm
So-
getting hella excited!
I'm trying to see what everything is again. So I'm thinking Sonya when she says that tipping the pillar, I might have to give.
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
Okay.
What about tipping the pillar over?
There we go.
No, that's wrong!
There we go. Because of the fragments. If I remember,
If Nekomaru was crushed by the pillar, then there should have been fragments on top of his body.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. The fragments, because I remember we found fragments under it.
Huh? Fragments?
The pillar fragments were scattered beneath Nekomaru's body, but there weren't any on top of his body. If the pillar had been tipped over and crushed him, the fragments should have been on top of his body instead.
Yep.
I briefly considered that too. But it's probably not what happened.
Yep.
I see. That was entirely my bad.
I mean, it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes, Sonya.
If they didn't tip it over, then how did the killer murder Nekomaru with that pillar?
How much longer are you gonna focus on the pillar? Just let it go already.
There's no way I can let it go. I'm positive that Nekomaru was killed by that pillar.
Are you sure? I don't know anymore.
Why are you so certain about that?
I just have a feeling.
Okay.
A feeling, huh? That's just your instincts.
But we can't say for sure that that instinct is wrong, can we?
I know, Nagito. Finally saying actual stuff. Huh?
There's another way to use that pillar to kill. You guys just haven't noticed it.
I'm betting he did.
Is that true?
Then I shall ask you, what way is that?
Nothing.
You guys, the same as usual.
What is your problem, Nagito?
You're unable to clear a path to the future with your own powers, so you just stand there and falter. What a waste of talent. And you all intend to fight the Future Foundation? You make me laugh.
Oh lord, this is different.
What did you say?
Regardless, it's not like I want to die with the rest of you. So I guess I should lend a hand.
Hey, Nagito, what the hell happened to you? How come you're not talking like a lunatic anymore?
I've learned
I
a
don't know if anybody's
valuable
noticed
lesson.
that.
Ignorance is by far the greatest shame.
Huh? What do you mean?
Who cares? Just tell us how the pillar was used to kill.
Okay, interesting.
Well, first of all, the pillar itself is not enough.
Oh.
But when combined with a specific item, there's a way it could be possible.
Oh.
A specific item?
Of course, the ultimate weapon.
Okay, buddy. Bringing that up.
Ultimate weapon?
Oh, not this again.
Isn't that the thing you get when you clear the final dead room?
So, Nagito knows what the ultimate weapon is?
Okay.
Of course I know. But I'm pretty sure everyone else has seen it, you know?
Okay.
We've seen it?
What? When did we see it?
That's right. You've seen it clearly. Because I, the one who has claimed dominion over evil, am the ultimate weapon!
Gundam, what?
I am he who cuts the insolent catalyst which flows out from the chaos with the sword of victory! It's only fitting that I deserve to be called the ultimate weapon!
Okay, buddy.
No, you are far greater than the ultimate weapon, since you wield your 4 dark devas of destruction.
Okay, Sonya.
I see.
Gundam just getting
I don't
embarrassed
know
by
why,
this.
but I'm not liking this.
Okay, are you just getting jealous, buddy? Bro, why are you getting jelly? Come on, man.
Cut the bullshit and say it
gosh.
clearly. What is the ultimate weapon?
Okay, interesting.
In order to clarify that, we first need to solve the secret of the funhouse.
Okay, I think if he's referring to how the houses are and everything, I can understand where he's bringing the fun house and the secret. Maybe, yeah.
Huh? The secret of the funhouse?
It's because it's weird from the start, in my opinion.
You still don't realize it? Jeez, get it together. You're supposed to be the symbols of hope, aren't you? Ah, I forgot. Except for Hajime, of course.
You had to do that to us, buddy. Come on, Nagito.
Except for Hajime?
If we make it out of this, I'll explain it to you guys.
Anyway, we must first clarify the secret of the funhouse, right? Then I think it must have something to do with the structure of the funhouse.
I agree with what Sonia's saying, because the fun house is like there's two different shapes. One of them is like a rectangle or something. The other one, I don't know, is like octagon or something similar. I don't know. So I agree with
Strawberry House leads to Strawberry Tower, and Grape House leads to Grape Tower. But in actuality, they are both the same building, and both houses are linked to the central tower. It is undeniable that such a sweet building structure is the secret of the funhouse.
Man, not only does that make perfect sense, but Miss Sonia's beautiful voice is just so soothing.
Okay, Kazuichi.
Faux show! I shall leave this matter to your discretion.
Not her saying that. The two houses are connected to the tower in the middle. I thought that at first too, but I ended up finding proof that completely contradicts that. Is it gotta be something to do with the sudden appearance of Nagito? Or something else? Because unless it's not one of my bullets, truth bullet thingies. I'm gonna see what I can. Let's try that.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
So that's the secret of the funhouse.
Is that really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place.
I'm just trying to see.
I mean, the walls are different colors. And the designs on the floor are also different.
We've already settled this problem.
See what everyone has
Give
to
it
say.
10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
So, the whole time, we've been thinking the 2 hours of the same building, but I'm trying to think. I feel like it's I feel like I should say, I'm gonna just go with, let's see, I don't know. Maybe we're not, I think I'm gonna try to see which of the accounts. Sonia says it's the same building, but I don't know. The feeling in the tower, maybe. Maybe I should do that, maybe? Let's see. I didn't read that.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
Fred, I need to get rid of that.
So that's the secret of the funhouse.
Okay, I think Sonia's
Is that
first
really
remark
it?
I'm going to have to get rid of, maybe.
It's weird to say they're both the same place.
Thingy, so hold on.
I mean, the walls are different colors.
Just because of that.
And the designs on the floor are also different.
I forgot there's the purple section
We've already
there.
settled this
I'm gonna have to
problem.
Slow down, too.
Give it 10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
Kazuichi, please, buddy. I already know it's okay, hold on. Yeah.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
I don't think that.
No, that's wrong!
With how it's kind of saying like how strange the building is now.
Both of those towers, are they really the same place?
That's what I'm thinking too, as well, with how he says it, yeah.
Why are you asking that now? Do you harbor a grudge because my kingdom destroyed your homeland?
Huh?
Hajime, I won't tolerate any sort of rebellion.
What is that supposed to mean? I don't even know. Also, Kazuichi, that's not what we're getting at.
I mean, doesn't it seem strange? When we went to Grape Tower from Grape Hall, Nekomaru's body was in front of the door to Strawberry Hall.
Yep.
But when we went to Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall, his body was in front of the door to Grape Hall.
Yep. Is it just the thing in the thing is
It's
just like nothing?
probably some kind of trick, like the floor rotating 180 degrees or something. If it is, then see? That means it could have passed as the exact same place, right?
If so, then what? Do you seriously think such a simple answer is the correct answer?
I'm feeling like it's just going up and down is what it is.
Does that mean he's wrong?
Oops, I guess I've said too much.
If the floor didn't rotate, then that means we need to think about the structure of the building again.
Bow down!
Oh lord, now I gotta go Sonya for this. Oh, I hate this thing. I hate this part.
Then how about this? Somebody moved Nekomaru's body.
I don't think so. That's not the case in my opinion.
While we were moving from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower,
I don't think that's even possible because the sensors, it senses stuff, remember?
but we should have all been together during that time. Even if they tried to move the body inside the tower.
Then Monokuma did it.
Okay, putting blame on Monokuma.
While we were moving, Monokuma quickly moved things around.
But Nekomaru's body wasn't the only thing moved. Are you saying the broken pillar was moved too?
If it is too heavy to carry, let them roll it. Just like if there is no bread, let them eat cake.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think, because I'm trying to think, if any of my truth bullets is going to be doing the slice thing. I don't know anymore. What about the chain? Maybe
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled, and Nekomaru could have been... I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Okay. I got advanced.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short time. That might be hard even for Monokuma, don't you think?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong. Wielding the pillar, he could have moved it all easy as pie.
I messed up. Dang it. I messed up. I did the wrong buttons for a second. Fred. No, there's definitely a hole in what you said.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the pillar, the body. He could have moved it all easy as pie.
I meant to left click. There was something she said that I was trying to left click and I messed up. I keep doing that.
It seems you have forgotten.
I got it.
Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
Oh, Fred. I thought I had that.
Crap!
Dang it.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
What? What am I doing wrong?
Crap!
Freaking I think I know what she's saying. That is what I missed.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
See, I'm trying to hit that part, but it's not letting me. Unless I'm missing somewhere. Is it not the chain that I have to use, maybe? Because, like, I have the Sonya part that I think I need to...
Crap!
...myself right now.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprised, wielding the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
See, I'm trying to hit the... See, everything. Crud, I have it.
Crap!
It's like, why isn't my thing working?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is wielding the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
See, that's where that's where I'm supposed to cut, but I'm like, it's not letting me cut. See, it's making me triggered, because it's like, I have her right where I wanted, but it's not letting me cut unless I have to wait to finish saving everything, right? Maybe?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
See, why... Why isn't it not letting me? Frick. Like, I have it right there. It's right there. What am I missing? I have her right there because it's everything. Because I don't think he can move everything. And I'm stinking right now. This is making me triggered. Because I have it. Unless I have the wrong thing.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong.
Oh, maybe this? Maybe?
Wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
Wrong button. Dang
Damn it!
There
are many different ways.
I have it. No, I think I don't.
The body and the pillar could have been moved.
Messed up.
The pillar could have been rolled.
I have it. I think I got it.
And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I think I have it now. I see where I'm messing up. It's the oil. I see. I have it. I got it now.
There are many different ways.
Okay, restarted. Okay.
The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I keep doing this. Okay, I see what I have to do. Wrong button. Okay, I got it.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece.
Oh, I needed not to.
I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I know what I gotta do. I'm messing up. Again, I hate this. I'm still learning, again. Because I've been a while since I've played this. I have what I know.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I have that last one almost. I have it.
There are many different ways.
I had it the first time.
The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Button situation. I'm losing my cut. I had it. Wrong button. Dang it. I can do it. I can do it. I know I can do it. I got it.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Had that. I got her past that. Almost. I had it the first time. I think it's...
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece.
My combo.
I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I have my combos messed up. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Okay. Right. I have it. I know it. I just gotta...
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I had it advanced. How did I get that first advance? How did I advance that first time and then I don't now?
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I have it. Or maybe... I'm trying to use the oil. I'm trying to... Maybe I should go back to the...
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I have it, okay. I'm gonna keep it at change for the first beginning and then I'll switch it to the oil.
There are many different ways.
I'm thinking I have it
The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece.
I need to know.
I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
My brain is because I'm so angry at myself because I'm messing up. I keep pressing buttons that I don't need to press because I already thought we were finished. I'm just failing.
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I almost had that last one. I almost had that. See? I got it. I'm gonna freaking go insane.
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
See, that's where I almost had it. She's very confident.
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
See, I have that, but it's like, it's not letting me go through. It's like, what did I do the first time?
There are many different ways.
I'm trying to repeat it.
The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
How is it? I'm looking at my cuts and trying to figure out how many I need to use.
There are many different ways.
Heck. How did I fail that? Oh, Lord. How is it that oh, my Lord. Lord, I'm failing my cut. Okay. Shut up. I know. I'm gonna try again. Why am I failing so badly? I never usually got timeout because I'm trying. I'm like, how am I failing so badly? Or this is why
This is my...
Dang it.
We will never give up!
I had it the first time and then it's... I had it the first time. How is that possible? I already know what I gotta do with Sonya. It's their battle showdown. I know it's gotta be the oil then. It's gotta do something.
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
See, this is where I'm starting to like, why can't I get through this cut? Last cut. It's with the Monokuma. I already had it the first
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
See, this is where the last one keeps getting me at. It's always that last Monokuma one. What am I missing? That is... Why is my cuts not letting me get through to there?
There are many different ways.
I'm just slowly doing it the
The
first
body in the
time.
pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
See, what am I missing? Why am I doing... I'm just trying to do all the cuts where I
There are many different ways.
See the cuts?
The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled.
I had it the first time.
And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
See, I'm struggling on myself. Why did I do it? How did I do it the first time and then now
There
I
are
can't do
many
it now?
different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I am hating myself over and over. I'm struggling and I'm hating myself for it. I can do it. I know I can do it.
There are many different ways. The body in the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Where are my combos and what am I missing? Why am I failing? My timing. How is it that I did it the first time and got through and now I can't?
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I hate myself. I'm sorry, I'm struggling because it's like, how did I do it the first time and now?
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled.
Unless I'm cutting wrong.
And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I am not having.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled.
I don't know why I'm just
And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece.
See, I'm just
I
struggling.
decree it was Monokuma's doing. There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
I'm sorry if I'm sorry if I'm if I'm not getting through it like
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Why am I failing? I'm gonna get another time out. Why am I pressing that button? I don't need to.
There are many different ways.
I'm pressing the wrong buttons for some reason.
The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's
How did I
doing.
even do that the first time? How? Why am I failing? I had it and I just...
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece.
See, I'm either
I decree
messing up
it
my
was
cuts
Monokuma's
or
doing.
I'm just being stupid. How can I do this wrong? Darn it, I'm trying to think.
There are many different ways.
I know my cuts are limited.
The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Darn it, wrong button. I had it. I'm looking at my limited cuts. I'm trying to make sure not to limit my cuts.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
There we go. Finally, there we go. I was
Moving the body and the
cuts.
pillar in such a short time. That might be hard even for Monokuma, don't you think?
I hate the limited
It
cuts.
seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the
There we go. Finally.
Allow me to cut through those
I
words.
hate the limited cuts situation. I'm literally trying to focus and not limit my cuts. And
Moving
it's
the
still
body and
failing.
pillar is possible, but it would have been impossible to move the oil on the
finally.
floor.
Stupidness of me. Not trying to get the limit of my cuts. Rebuttals there. Oh, I hate myself so much.
When the position of Nekomaru's body and the pillar changed, the oil surrounding his body moved too. Physically moving all of the oil like that is simply not possible, no matter how you look at it.
I forgot about the oil, yeah.
Then it's impossible to think it was moved.
I am terribly sorry. I cannot believe I got so fired up.
I'm upset at myself that I had it the first time and I just forgot to switch the chain from the chain to... I thought it was the chain, but it was not the chain, it was the oil. I forgot about the oil, that's where I was missing.
It's all right. A fired up Miss Sonia is awesome to watch.
So what really happened? Does that mean the two towers aren't the same building?
We can't be certain of that either.
Okay.
Not when the experiment involving the handbook I left on the tower floor was a complete success.
Oh yeah, there's the handbook, yeah. Unless it's like something else.
Yeah, the E-handbook was still there. That's why we thought the two towers were the same building.
If they're not the same building or two different buildings, then what are they?
That's what I'm thinking, like,
No idea, huh?
This mystery ties into the secret of the funhouse. But we don't have enough clues to solve that mystery. Then the only thing we can do is rely on the one who has those clues. Is he referring to Nagito? Because he's the only one that completed the final dead room, so...
Hey, Nagito.
Oh lord, yeah, the way he's saying it.
I thought it would come to this. I knew my turn was coming up.
Hey.
Fine. I'll tell you guys a big hint that can help you solve the secret of the funhouse.
Give us the answer, not a friggin' hint.
Okay.
But then it wouldn't mean anything. I need you guys to do this class trial properly.
Okay.
It's also important for me because it will help me determine something.
Determine? What? Determine? Is he talking about the traitor? Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the traitor. Because we have that still going on, so we still don't know about that. If so, why did Nagito say that all of a sudden? Did something happen to him?
But how do we know your hint is any good? It's suspicious that you're the only one who knows it.
I have a good reason for that.
Okay. Because the only thing I can think of, he's completed a life-threatening game, so that's going to be the thing, the dead room.
The reason I'm the only one who knows it is because I was the only one who performed the appropriate action.
He's performed the appropriate action in order to learn secret. It's this one.
I see!
You're talking about the final dead room,
Final
right?
dead room.
You cleared the life-threatening game there and found something, didn't you?
Yep.
That's right. The hint is what I saw after I cleared it.
I want to cover, because I think I remember I covered it's going to show that image, so I'm apologizing. I'm for covering it, but it's just, I feel like it's not a good image to see because it wasn't really good.
In the depths of the final dead room, there was a hidden room surrounded by concrete.
Because the image wasn't really good.
And there, a small conspicuous window waited, all by itself.
Yeah, I remember that window.
From that window, I saw some very strange scenery.
Scenery?
Strange scenery?
So, I mean, yeah, he probably saw something. We didn't see it from what it was, but...
Instead of explaining it, it might be faster just to show you.
Oh lord, what is he gonna do?
At an opportune time, I found a perfect camera in the final dead room.
Oh?
You took a picture?
He took a picture? What? When did he?
Yep.
Nagito grins creepily as he retrieved a small digital camera from his inner pocket.
See? This is it.
And as he said that, he showed us a particular picture.
Let me explain it to
What?
you again.
Huh? Why is there so many trees?
I took this picture on the first floor of Strawberry House, from the secret room within the final dead room. But don't you think it's weird? If the funhouse's structure is what you guys have been thinking, then there's lots of things that don't make sense in this picture, right?
Weird. Why is there so many trees? Lots of things that shouldn't make sense in this picture.
Then let's begin. Shall I call it thinking time?
Thinking like what doesn't make sense in this picture? I mean, the trees are, for one thing, weird. Why is there trees?
Here!
You said this photo was taken from the hidden room inside the final dead room, right? If that's the case, then that means it should have been taken from the first floor of Strawberry House.
That's what I agree, but what's with the trees is my question.
Yeah, it should have been.
Then this is definitely strange. This photo doesn't look like it was taken from the first floor. The angles suggest it was taken from higher up.
I see. And is that it?
Nagi just said there's a lot of things that don't make sense in this photo. Which means there are other contradictions contained in it. So, it's not just the trees. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's sky, but what doesn't make sense in this picture? Let me try the sky. Does the sky have anything to do with
Here!
anything? Let's see. 'Cause it's
If
all
the structure of the funhouse is what we thought it was, Grape House and Strawberry House should link to the tower in the middle. Which means, if you're viewing the tower from Strawberry House, you should see Grape House behind it.
Oh, now I see it. Yep.
But in this photo, I don't see anything behind the tower. No shadow, no shape, no Grape House at all.
Yep.
That's right. Good call.
Okay, yeah. Interesting.
In summary, this is the truth contained in this photo.
Ah.
The first floor of Strawberry House is located in a high area, and Grape House is not behind the tower.
Wouldn't it be just then under it?
It's not? Are you saying that Grape House is merely an illusion spell cast by Monokuma's cursed eye?
I don't think so, Gundam.
From this point on, do your own thinking. Now that you've finally met the same requirements as me, if you guys are truly symbols of hope, you can easily solve a simple mystery like this. It might be possible for Hajime to solve it too, even though he's just a normal high school student.
Okay, Nagito, bruh.
Despite the fact that you don't have a real talent,
Doesn't need
you
to bring
already
that
know
up.
about the other clue.
Does he really have to bring that up in the class trial when it's not right now important? The other clue? Is he talking about that one time? Oh, when he randomly came in? Like, hello there, Hajime. Nagito, why are you here? Because I showed up. You showed up? How do you even come here? Maybe I teleported?
You're referring to when you suddenly appeared on the second floor of Grape House, right?
I'm asking you just to be safe. At the time, where do you think I came from?
My only thing is I can think of is it's just an elevator. That's just an elevator. That one of them is the floor, and the other, like, there are two different floors, or something like that. I don't know. Like the tower is just some random going elevator thing of some sort, but I don't know for sure. But
The top floor, right?
That's what I'm thinking at some point, but
Such sharp eyes. So you realized it already.
Top floor. So the third floor?
that's what I was thinking.
But the Monokuma Archive should be the only room on the third floor of Grape House.
What does it mean?
Was that thing just now another hint to figure out the mystery behind the funhouse structure? The risen Nagito appeared from the third floor. Using the photo he took, I might be able to find the answer if I just think about it. Alright, let's do this. Oh, it's a logic dive. Has it been since I did the logic dive? How long has it been since I did logic dive? Whoop! I'm gonna be so hard on myself for this. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, that's the first time I did that. Okay. I'm not trying to hit that. Oh my gosh. Question 1. So they don't exist? No, they do exist. Okay. Okay, it is, so they do exist. I was thinking something else for a second. So I was thinking something else for some reason. I thought they don't, but then they do exist. Frick. My logic dive stuff is not my thing. No, I was just there. Oh my lord, that's fine. Logic dives are so hard. Question 2. They're the same building, I think. I mean, obvious, they're the same building. Question 3. Wouldn't it be vertically then? Not horizontally? Because if it was horizontally, then there we go. I thought the shapes were always weird.
It's all coming together!
Sorry. The shapes of the places were weirding me out, so I was like,
Got it! I know the secret of the funhouse.
Then let me hear it. What kind of answer will you give, I wonder?
In the picture Nagito took from Strawberry House, I didn't see Grape House at all.
nope.
So where did Grape House go? There is only one possibility. It was in a position where it couldn't be seen from Strawberry House. Which means Strawberry House and Grape House are in the same building, but on different floors.
That's what I was thinking. It's just like they're in the same building, it's just an elevator situation.
Same building, different floors?
Yup.
Then the two houses aren't two different 3-story buildings. They're actually one 6-story building?
If you think about it like that, based on Nagito's picture, it's clear where Strawberry House is located.
Where Strawberry House is located, wouldn't it be on top then?
I see! On top of Grape House. That's where Strawberry House is located.
Ah. That's right.
Because of that, the photo taken from the first floor of Strawberry House was at a high angle.
Yep.
Altogether, this means the first floor of Strawberry House is also the 4th floor above Grape House.
Ah.
Oh, snap! I never expected that the two houses were connected vertically.
Shapes.
But what about the shape of the building? The two houses were completely different shapes.
Strawberry House is 4-sided, and Grape House is 6-sided, right?
It never occurred to us that they were the same building because it was structured with two different shapes.
I think it just stacks. It's the
A
stacking.
quadrilateral and a hexagon, overlaid atop each other to misdirect how we would perceive them.
Yep.
And it worked, didn't it?
Yep, that's how it is. Okay. Yep.
Disregarding the tower, we fully believed the two houses were two separate, distinct buildings.
In order to conceal the unique design of the funhouse, Monokuma put us to sleep so we couldn't look at the outside of the building when he brought us to it.
Ah, makes sense why we passed out.
You've just been Kuma'd!
What?
Don't you think a building full of so many surprises totally deserves to be called a fun house?
It's more confusing in my opinion.
Then, it's true? The building was really like that?
That's right! Those two houses exist on different floors in the same building!
Constructing a building like that on your own without my knowledge? How horrible!
Then what about the towers? Are they arranged vertically just like the houses?
Yeah, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower should have also been different floors inside the same building. Just like Strawberry House was on top of Grape House, Strawberry Tower was also on top of Grape Tower.
However, if they're different floors within the same building, why was Nekomaru's body in both places?
Because I think it was like an elevator. I think.
Aw, your precious hammies don't know? But it's so simple. Alrighty then. I'll be the one who solves this mystery in a flash. Please watch me, Miss Sonia.
Oh, I see. Do whatever you like.
I'll definitely make her watch me. I'm gonna stand out till she notices me.
He's basically... The way he's saying that, oh my lord. It's probably the strange feeling. I'm gonna do the strange feeling in the,
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash.
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy.
How is that a dummy?
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
Oh.
So which one was the fake body?
I just need to...
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
Let's see. I think it has to be something about the Monokuma file. Because I don't think a dummy would work. It's gotta be something to do with... But I don't... I'm gonna have to... Maybe I'm in the right... Maybe I'm fine with... I don't know if it's the Monokuma file. I think I'm fine with... Because he said it's a strange feeling, so... I don't think the... I think I need to counteract the dummy part. Dummy of Nekomaru's body? Does that mean the Eliminator prepared in advance? I don't think so. But is something like that even possible, though?
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
Then hurry up, dumbass!
Let me just...
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
No, I don't think so.
No, that's wrong! Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy. That can be proven by Kazuichi's account.
There we go.
Huh? Me?
I was about to say, it's your account, buddy. It's
Remember? When we moved from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower, we thought the body had moved. And that's when you said,
There it is. Yeah. Notice that the parts that I carefully arranged when I assembled the body will move too! Yeah, when he was checking out, like, an autopsy kind of vibe. For him.
right up until that moment, you were disassembling Nekomaru's body at Grape Tower, right? The killer couldn't have known how you'd take apart his body, so they couldn't have built a dummy.
Yep.
Unless Kazuichi was the one who built the dummy, then it would be a different story.
Yep.
Miss Sonia, that's a pretty harsh joke.
My gosh. Sonia's just not.
You are joking, right?
Oh no.
It's alright. Kazuichi is not the killer.
That's what I was about to say. He's not the one. Nope.
If he was, he wouldn't have fixed the elevator or the button in Strawberry Hall.
True.
It'd be much more convenient for the killer if it stayed broken. I see. That is disappointing.
Sonia.
I'm even more disappointed.
However, even if Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy, it's meaningless if we don't have the important answer.
True.
The reason Nekomaru's body was in both towers, even though it was supposed to be on different floors.
Maybe it was simply moved?
How was it moved? I don't think
The
so.
body moved to a different floor?
You can't think of a device like that? A
It's
device
gotta be
that
an
moves things
elevator,
to
'cause
different
that's the only
floors in
thing
the
I can
same
think of. It's like an
building?
elevator. It's an elevator. It's gotta be the elevator. A device like that. A device that transports things to different floors in the same building. Elevator. I feel like I've seen that before. Alright, let's do this. Dang, that's Gambit. It's elevator. Where's an L? Oops. I messed up. I keep doing that myself. Oh, I need a V, that's why. Whoa. Good Christ. There we go. I keep trying to change things up. Trying to change things up and...
You must be talking about an elevator.
Yep.
What? Are you saying Nekomaru's body was transported using an elevator?
Where the hell is this elevator anyway?
It's the tower's elevator. The towers are the elevator, I think.
It's the tower itself.
That's what I say.
The inside of the tower is one big elevator. Which means the tower was designed so that the whole room goes up and down like an elevator.
Yep.
So whether you enter from Strawberry Hall or Grape Hall, it all leads to the same room, right?
So that's why we could only enter it from one side or the other.
Uh-huh.
Now that you mention it, sometimes when I pressed the door button, it took a while for it to open.
I see. We were basically waiting for the room to arrive, just like an elevator.
Yep.
Please hold on. If the inside of the whole tower ascends and descends like an elevator,
Okay.
then why is there a picture of a strawberry on the far back door when you enter from Grape Tower?
Ah.
And a picture of a grape on the far back door when you enter from Strawberry Tower?
That's...
If the room just moves up and down like an elevator, there's no reason for the doors to change.
Hold on. I agree. like, yeah, kind of that's weird.
Plus, after the incident, the far back door in Grape Tower had chains wrapped around it, right?
I mean, that is true, but we'll have to figure that out. Sorry.
But when we entered Strawberry Tower, those chains were gone.
Yeah, the chains disappeared unless...
Not just that, but if I remember correctly, even the doorknob was broken off.
Yeah, the doorknob is broken. I think we saw that too, how broken the doorknob is, and we found it at some point.
There are too many strange things. Was that tower really an elevator?
When you see people and things, make sure you focus on the good parts instead of the bad.
What did you say?
Gundam.
So, let's put aside what's changed and focus our attention on what hasn't.
Why do we have to do that?
It's fine. Come on. What does everything that hasn't changed have in common?
The thing that didn't change when we moved between the two towers. I'm trying to think, what would it be like? I'm trying to think ahead of time before I pick the answer. That includes the body, the pillar, and the oil. We've been talking about this stuff for a while now. I mean, the only thing I can think of is they're on the floor. They're all on the floor. There shouldn't be anything strange about them, not even the fact that they all moved with the elevator. The one thing that I see, they're all on the floor?
I see!
That's the only thing I can think of.
Is it safe to say that all the items on the floor didn't change?
And?
And?
Why did the picture on the far back door change? If you can figure that out, you'll have the answer. The reason is because that elevator has something unique about it.
There's something unique about that elevator. Only the floor moves, maybe? Because if anything, I'd say the only
I see!
moves is the only thing I can think it is.
So that's it. The elevator was designed so only the floor moved.
Only the floor moved?
Which means the whole room wasn't an elevator, only the floor was.
Yeah.
That's why we saw different doors in each tower. Which means on the first floor of Grape Tower, the door on the far back wall had a strawberry design. And on the fourth floor, which was Strawberry Tower, a different door on the far back wall had a grape design.
Yep.
Then, where do the different floors lead?
I want to say they lead outside, but they're probably just for show.
True.
Just for show. Why was something like that necessary?
So we'd falsely believe that the doors were connected to where their picture signified. It was actually very effective. Because of that, we totally misunderstood the building's structure.
True. True.
I don't get it. But I guess it means whoever designed this building had a totally twisted personality.
Monokuma?
Did you hear that, Monami?
Don't put this on Monami.
Don't blame this on me! Take responsibility for yourself!
Thank you, Monami. I agree. That's you, Monokuma, bro.
Then I'll take responsibility and gently caress you.
What? Why are you... What?
Like, there's no way that's gonna happen! Stop with the tasteless jokes!
What? I'm confused what happened just there.
By the way, what does the chain on the far back door in Grape Tower mean?
It was probably wrapped there by the killer to keep us as far from Strawberry Tower as possible.
Why?
Because of that chain. You guys thought you couldn't enter there, right?
like you said, I could probably use these parts to repair that button, but... Seriously, hold on. Even if you do repair the button, what's going to happen to the chain on the other side of the door? Chain? That door that leads to Strawberry Hall has a chain wrapped around the doorknob. Even if you fix the button on the Strawberry Hall side, the door won't open as long as that chain is there. You don't need to worry about that. Huh?
The killer destroyed the Strawberry Hall button, so we'd stay away from Strawberry Tower. Everything was done to tamper with the evidence, so we wouldn't find out about the secret of the funhouse.
Oh, the Eliminator must have figured out that too. He must have figured out that as well. Maybe.
The appearance of a body in the tower would contradict what we thought we knew about the building.
So that's probably why too, as well, with that.
In that situation, if we'd gone to Strawberry Tower, we'd have seen that contradiction firsthand. And using that as a clue, we might have discovered the truth. The truth that the two houses and the two towers are actually one complete vertical building. The killer wanted to keep us from learning that. That's why they made us stay away from Strawberry Tower.
They destroyed the button and wrapped a chain around the door just for that?
Yep.
Would it really have inconvenienced the killer if we learned the true structure of the building?
It would have been a major inconvenience.
I'm confused how that would be.
After all, this funhouse is strongly connected to the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hold on. You're progressing much too quickly. There's still a contradiction concerning the building structure.
What a pain. It's fine already.
Gundam, please proceed.
Alright, I want to hear what Gundam has to say. Oh, he's crying, dude.
You said earlier that Strawberry House and Grape House are connected vertically, right? If so, how does the contact elevator supposedly transport us from one house to the other?
Oh, I see. Now that you mention it, I completely forgot about that matter.
If that elevator moves vertically, then when your back is facing the elevator, both towers should be on the same side. But does this reflect reality? Inside Grape House, Grape Hall is on your right when your back is to the elevator. And inside Strawberry House, Strawberry Hall is on your left when your back is to the elevator.
Ah, yeah. Now I see what he's getting at. Now I get it. Yeah, we haven't even figured that out yet either.
Which means the houses are on exact opposite sides of the tower.
Open the door.
Answer me, fiend! What does this mean?
So yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, Gundam is basically bringing up, like, if the tower has that floor as the elevator, unless, because I remember, the only thing I remember is Kazuichi was doing Kazuichi asked by Nagito did something with the stinking small contact, like the 180 degrees thing, so I might have to contradict something.
What does this mean?
That maybe. I agree. What does this mean? If the two houses are connected vertically, the position of the tower should be the same in both houses. But in fact, when my back was facing the elevator in Grape House, the tower was on my right. And when my back was facing the elevator in Strawberry House, the tower was on my left. How can I break through this contradiction? Unless... Wait, first I have Kazuichi's thing, because it's the 180 thing.
if the two houses are connected vertically.
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
No, that's wrong! The elevator wasn't just moving vertically. Isn't that right, Kazuichi?
Because I remember that.
Huh? Me?
Because of what Nagito.
Come on. You used the elevator while you were holding that compass Nagito gave you, right?
Ah, that. Yeah, it was pretty strange. From start to finish, somehow the compass needle rotated 180 degrees.
Yep.
Rotated 180 degrees?
Meaning, as the elevator moved between the two houses, it also rotated 180 degrees. It was probably following the building's perimeter as it rotated to the other side.
Ah.
Which means the exit would be on the opposite side once you arrived at the other house, right?
And thanks to that, the tower we saw on our right side when we arrived at Grape House appeared on our left side when we were at Strawberry House.
That makes sense. Look how this is moving. It's showing that,
An
too.
elevator that rotates while it moves. Is that even possible? It's like something from an amusement park.
Isn't this the island we're on an amusement park?
Well, a funhouse is an amusement park attraction, you know.
We get that, Monokuma.
And since the building doesn't really need to be structurally practical, it makes for some splendid fun.
That's not splendid at all! You're inhuman!
You say I'm inhuman, but I'm just a bear. So I was never human to begin with. I'm different from these lowly humans.
Whatever you say, Monokuma.
So we're done with the secret of the funhouse, right? Then let's start talking about the important stuff. What's the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru? And how'd they combine it with the pillar?
True.
Huh? You still don't know what the ultimate weapon is yet? It's what I found at the Octagon, you know.
Oh, my lord, him bring up the octagon.
What is the Octagon? I haven't heard about that yet.
Oh my... I can't believe I have to explain that now. As long as you know what an octagon means, you can solve this simple mystery easily.
So, I'm trying to remember, it's been a while, so an octagon is 8-sided, right? What an octagon means is 8
I see!
sided because it's the shape.
If I recall, an octagon is a shape with 8 sides, right?
I didn't expect you to know that. For a substitute reserve course student, you're quite knowledgeable. I guess I should continue listening. Where is the place befitting of the name Octagon?
The place befitting of the name Octagon, it's probably... Oh lord, where would this be? I mean, what about, is it over here?
Here!
Over there? I just clicked over there for
You're
randomness.
talking about the secret room surrounded by concrete in the depths of the final dead room.
What?
Why is that place the Octagon?
You know how the 4-sided strawberry house is on top of the 6-sided grape house? If you cut a 4-sided shape out of a 6-sided one, you get 8 edges. It becomes an 8-sided shape.
Oh, I see. I see how that is. I think it's gonna bring up that image again. Sorry.
That's basically the gist of it.
Yeah, hold on, it's gonna show it again. Sorry if I had to. Yep.
The true identity of the Octagon is that secret room in the depths of the final dead room. In actuality, that place contained various weapons.
Yep. That's what I remember.
Then the ultimate weapon was there too?
Yep.
That's a little different. I learned the true identity of the ultimate weapon at the Octagon.
Learned?
Huh?
The true identity of the ultimate weapon is the funhouse.
What?
Which means the killer used the building structure as their weapon and killed Nekomaru.
I think I can kind of see, if that's true, I could kind of see where he kind of... I'm still confused. So if the funhouse entirely, with how the structure and everything, is what eliminated Nekomaru, then... I'm still confused how they did that. Like, how?
Like me, the killer probably realized the secret of the funhouse from the scenery, and then thought of a way to kill making use of the building structure.
The funhouse itself is the weapon, so they killed using the building structure?
That's why the killer tried to keep us from learning the mystery of the building. But more importantly, using the building itself as a weapon? Such a spectacular crime. It truly deserves to be called the ultimate weapon.
Lord of mercy. The funhouse is the true identity of the ultimate weapon. What does this mean? How did the Eliminator use that to eliminate Nekomaru? And who is the Eliminator who did that? I still don't know. Okay. This gives me a good time to stop for a bit. Sorry, I need to quickly... I'm taking a quick break for us to get a snack, use the restroom and stuff like that, eat some dinner or something. And then we will continue more of the trial. Sorry. I was so stuck on that. I felt so angry at myself when I was doing the rebuttal showdown thingy with Sonya. I'm so upset with myself that I failed that so badly. Hold on. Sorry. I will be right back after to continue on. So please get something to drink, to eat or something. Stand up a little bit and stuff like that. And then we'll come back to the game. I'm back. Sorry about that. I got me a snack. I refilled my cup with my drink. Let me just get myself situated before I do anything else. Also switch back to the game. Let me put that back to the live of the game. Whew. Again, I'm still confused how the freak the funhouse would be the entire ultimate weapon is what I'm kind of more concerned about. Like, how does that work, in my opinion? Like, it doesn't... for some reason, I'm trying to figure out how does the funhouse become the entire thing that eliminated Nekomaru. Because I'm trying to see where this is. Like, I'm trying to see how in my mind that would work. In the logic of the game. Because we know that so all we know so far is the floor of the tower that usually we thought... Okay, I'm trying to backtrack a little bit. So the floor of the towers that we thought were separate towers or something, I don't know. The floor is the elevator because it goes up and down. The other elevator goes 180 degrees when you go whichever way for the other two floors. We know that the two floors, Grape House and Strawberry House, Strawberry is on top, Grape is on bottom, because it's the same building. So, I'm still trying to figure that out. My question is, how did that one pillar broke? I knew the hammer was going to be a red herring. The same thing with, I guess the chains were also a red herring, but it's also to prevent us from realizing the truth of the funhouse as well, so I guess that makes sense.
Hiya!
In any ways possible, but anyway. Let's see, we're back to the Monokuma Monomi Weird Theater. Why, you love it! I thought a new bad word to call Monomi. Then let me say it right away. I'm already used to insults and slander. There's no way I'll get her by a mere word. Oh wait, wrong person. I thought it was Monokuma. I'm sorry. I thought it was Monokuma, not Monomi. I'm already used to insults and slander. There's no way I'll get her by a mere word. Monomi is seriously I have no idea what that word is. I don't know what that is. That's much more straightforward than expected. I'm not saying it because I don't know if it's really a bad word or not or anything. I'm not saying that. That's not it. That's not it at all. Oh, why do you... Okay, all that. It's like, wow, he's going all on the insults on Monomi. Poor girl. I don't think she needs this. Why he's gotta go with the stupid and why all three of them together? Stupid, but ugly, that doesn't make sense to me, but the perfect Deathstream attack incorporating all three of these words would be that. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it still anyways.
Huh? What? There's a fat in there?
Okay, everyone, all together now. Monomi is a serious stoofatly.
Oh, that's how it's said. What? I would not said that at all. What the world? Yes. Let me save. Trial. Resume.
Hello. I hope your day is well. I'm trying to force myself to be more energetic, or else my mental state won't be able to keep up. My heart's thumping like crazy. I might as well have a laid-back, so what attitude and go ahead with high energy. Yeehaw! But be careful that your batteries don't run out for various reasons. And just like I say each time, don't forget to save frequently.
I always be saving frequently. What's the problem? Okay, we're back in the trial and Jockey's like confused.
I never expected the funhouse itself to be the ultimate weapon. Oh well, let's just press on ahead.
She went from all surprised to, oh well. What? That was a fast transition there from, oh well. I mean, not oh well, from, oh my gosh, I didn't know to, oh well.
Is it really alright to accept the situation so easily?
I mean, that's not what's important. The thing that's really important is the killer who used the building structure. Like, who's Mekumaru's murderer?
True, who eliminated Mekamaru?
But is it really okay to believe the building is the weapon? Nagito said it, you know.
There's no way I'd lie at such an important moment. I don't want to die either.
Knowing him.
What happened to the bastard who kept saying how much they didn't mind dying?
Yeah, I was about to say, he said that earlier, but he's like...
He's right. There was a time when I thought I could become a stepping stone for your hopes, but
He did say that so many times.
I will sincerely retract that remark.
Okay.
Retract?
I'm disappointed too, you know. If this was a murder for the sake of hope, I'd happily sacrifice myself.
Oh my, him again.
You say such falsehoods, per usual. There is no such thing as murder for the sake of hope. Murder is simply murder.
I agree with that, Gundam. I do agree on that.
Forcibly sacrificing others for one's own desires. Even one as diabolical as I would avoid such actions.
Okay.
I see.
It's fine. Let's just leave him alone and find out who killed Coach Nekomaru as fast as we can.
Okay.
Just so you know, it's not like I'm getting hungry or anything, you know.
So you say that, but you're drooling, girl.
Akane! You're drooling waterfalls?
Bro, literally, that's what I'm about to say. She is, and I agree with Sonya about that. Nagito, as usual, I can't tell what he's thinking. I have no idea if he's serious or not. Again, I keep saying this. He knows more than he's telling us, but he's just hiding it, so we have to figure it out on our own first.
Anyway, if the killer used the building structure, why don't we think about how they used it?
True.
How they killed Nekomaru.
It might be better if we clarify the cause of death first, don't you think?
Yeah. Nekomaru's cause of death, huh? The only thing I'm trying to think. Let me see. He was horribly damaged, as if he was something like with a blunt object. But if he was that with a blunt object, it wouldn't. That utilizes the building structure. Yeah, I wouldn't have eliminated him with the structure of the building. The only thing I can think of is falling, but I don't know if that's even a thing. I'll try falling. So what was Nekomaru's cause of death? This is the building. I'm gonna try falling because the other ones don't seem to work.
I see!
Falling?
That's it. I think he might have died from falling.
But my question is how?
Died from falling?
If the funhouse's secret is that it's a structure where both towers and houses are vertically connected, then the killer made use of its height and caused Nekomaru to die from falling.
Are you saying they pushed him off? Where'd they push him off from?
Wait, wasn't there like a wire? Did they use the wire to hold him up in the air or something?
That, I don't know yet.
Don't just make things up when you don't know the method. Where in that building would you even be able to push someone off in the first place?
That's not even a thing.
It might be possible in the tower. You could push him off the 4th floor when the elevator is on the 1st floor.
I don't know about that.
Did you forget how the elevator functions? When it's on the 1st floor, the door on the 4th floor won't open.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's the wire. It has something to do with that wire that was on him. The wiring. Did they use the wire to hold him up somewhere in that tower, maybe? Because that's the only thing I can think of if he was gonna fall. But they had to probably put him to sleep first, of some sort. So,
Saying he died from falling is truly incorrect. You should burn in the flames of hell.
really, Gundam?
But my gut is going crazy right now.
I might just see what everybody has to say first before I even pick which one it is. Nekomaru died from falling. Where did the Eliminator... something from... So, if I'm going to reach the truth behind this incident, I need to solve that mystery next.
When the elevator is on the first floor, you can't go through the door on the fourth floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Nekomaru inside the elevator, they moved the elevator from the fourth floor to the first floor and made use of the drop.
Hold on, did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside, the other door won't open.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which means the elevator wouldn't have moved either.
That must be the threshold of that
I just
elevator.
want to see what everyone has to say before I pick the right thing, because I remember the sensor. It did say the sensor, so the only thing I can think of is using the night-night button that is on the back of Nekomaru's neck. So I'm thinking... because the sensor, because the sensor didn't pick it up, so I need to make it clear so they understand that Nekomaru fell to his Looks like it's all okay. I gotta switch maybe. Let me see.
When the elevator is on the first floor, you can't go through the door on the fourth floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Nekomaru inside the elevator, they moved the elevator from the fourth floor to the first floor and made use of the drop.
Hold on, did you forget the elevator has a sensor?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
As long as there's a moving object in...
There.
No, that's wrong.
There we go.
That sensor should only work if something is moving. If Nekomaru wasn't moving inside, the elevator sensor wouldn't have detected anything.
Yep. I'm feeling something because he said that all of his other functions go into sleep mode.
Could it be his sleep mode?
When Nekomaru's goodnight button is pressed, all of his functions shut down, and he enters sleep mode.
Right.
If he's in sleep mode, the elevator sensor wouldn't have noticed him, right?
True.
I see. So that's how...
However, even if they moved the elevator in that manner, Nekomaru would have just moved along with it. There would have been no drop for him to fall and die from. Yes?
Okay, I can see what he's talking about now.
That's what I was about to explain, before Kazuichi interrupted me.
Silence, pest!
Oh gosh.
Now you're calling me a pest?
Oh, poor Kazuichi. He doesn't deserve this. A way to create the drop inside the elevator while Nekomaru is still in it. That's weird. Like, the only thing I can think of is... I know it's probably the wire was used to hold Nekomaru somewhere high. Because... before I get into whatever has to go next. Because... the only thing I can think of is just the wire. If that has to be used. I'm trying to get that. My brain is trying to think. They had to use some sort of... they had to use the wire. That's the only thing I can think of is the wire. So... The wire is the only thing that is the right thing. Chiaki seems to have an idea, but what could that be? Let me get the wire. Yeah, I'm already got it, thank you. Wire.
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is... The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
There.
I agree with
I
that.
messed up twice. But it was still for a while. Thank God. There we go. There.
Didn't the doorknob have scrape marks on it?
Yep.
That might have been where it got scraped by the wire.
Is that the same wire that was tied around Nekomaru?
That's what I'm thinking.
The tip of that wire was tied into a loop.
Oh gosh, not that again.
If the elevator moved while that loop part hung from the doorknob,
If they did something like that, he would have been suspended in midair.
Yep.
That's right. He was suspended in midair.
Huh?
Yep.
The killer tied up Nekomaru with the wire while he was in sleep mode.
Yep.
Tied the tip of the wire into a knot and hung it on the doorknob to the 4th floor.
Yep.
With that, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor of Grape Tower.
I don't know if the image is going to be a good image. Yep.
And suspended Nekomaru in midair.
Yeah, I don't think that was a... It is... Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I don't think this is a good image. Yeah.
That's right! He was so well hung! Kinda like...
No, do not bring it up.
You better not finish that sentence!
Thank you, Monami, for making him stop. Now that makes
the killer
sense.
took advantage of the elevator's unique feature. Only the floor moves.
Okay.
By doing that, they created a drop so Nekomaru could fall to his death.
That would make sense.
Too easy.
Oh lord, I gotta go against this people. I'm gonna hate this. It's another rebuttal.
So what if they created a drop? There's no way you can make him fall and die with just that.
Why?
Oh god, I hate this one.
If Nekomaru is suspended in midair like that, then how do you get him to fall?
Okay, I can see where Kazuichi is like... I can understand where he's like thinking that. I'm trying to think, but what because if this is I'm trying to think what he's gonna say. The only thing I can think of is the time. Betting has... Wait, there was the timing, though. Unless it has something to do with timing.
Because if he's suspended in midair, he won't die if he doesn't actually fall.
I'm gonna have to do the timing. Maybe? Let me try this.
Even if they suspended Nekomaru from a... How would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do
I
that!
didn't... Okay. Okay, I see. I need to figure that out. Okay. Agree with... I need to make sure. Okay.
Even if they suspended Nekomaru, how would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off.
Okay. Oh, crap.
There's no way they could do that!
Darn it, this... Crap, go. Wrong button. I keep doing that. I need to see how much I have.
Even if they suspended Nekomaru from a wall, how would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do that.
Okay. Why do I have so many
I can't
small
back
cuts?
down!
There we go. There's my kids.
It doesn't mean someone had to push him off. It's possible that he fell on his own.
What? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode, right?
There.
Allow me to cut through those words!
Oh. There we go.
What do you think would happen if Nekomaru woke up while he was suspended upside down in midair?
There we go. The timing. Yeah.
What are you saying? Like,
Oh,
how would he even wake up?
that was a better one than last time with Sonia's. Lord of mercy. The timer.
He has an alarm inside his body. As long as it was armed, it would have deactivated his sleep mode. Which means the killer set the alarm before they suspended Nekomaru.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was thinking the only thing I could think of that would allow that is if some sort of alarm woken him. So yeah, that's the... Yeah, so...
If you woke up from an alarm and realized you were hanging upside down and had no clue why,
It's gonna probably show the Nekomaru image. I'm not gonna show that one. Nekomaru, whatever. Put it on there. Show that.
if something like that happened to you, you would start panicking a lot, right?
Yep, that's true.
Instinctively, your body would start moving. Nekomaru probably did exactly that.
True.
And then, in order to make him fall from the force he was generating, the wire was hung on the tip of the doorknob so it would easily slip off. In actuality, the scrape marks caused by the wire were near the tip of the doorknob, right?
But Nekomaru didn't fall because the wire came off, right?
He fell because the entire doorknob came off.
Yep.
When Nekomaru awoke, he must have struggled much more than expected, which caused the doorknob to break off.
Yep.
Was that unexpected for the killer too?
Well, that's probably it. If they knew it'd leave behind evidence like that, they would have at least tried to do something to cover it up.
The Eliminator didn't expect the doorknob to come off. The reason that even happened was because... Is this a flashback again? In that case, I shall use my full power! With a fierce roar, Nekomaru put all his power into grabbing the doorknob with both hands. But... the clattering... Oh, hoppers! The door opened. Not yet. Here it comes. The incredible strength of 1 million horsepower. Oops, I am messing up. Lit. And then he does his thing. Wait, isn't it creaking? If you break off the doorknob, we'll be stuck in here. If that really was what it was, then that's the clue Nekomaru left for us to find.
I see. So that's how Nekomaru fell to his death.
Do you finally understand now?
Yeah. It appears it's just as Miss Sonia said. I'm just a pest.
Oh, why?
No, I'm not just a pest.
Why?
I'm a total fucking pig.
Dude, no! Why are you calling yourself that? You are not that. No.
Isn't that right, Miss Sonia?
No.
If I'm a fucking pig, you can say so.
What? Why is he? What? I mean, I don't think he is that, but the way he's saying it, asking Miss Sonia for this, is like, why? No. That's
No,
weird.
I believe you gave your all.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, why aren't you teasing me anymore?
What? Does he want to be teased? I don't know anymore with
This
this.
guy, he gets off on this.
Oh, gosh. Please don't say that, Fuihiko. I don't think so. Oh, Lord. I am confused by that guy sometimes. What in the world?
So thanks to that alarm, Nekomaru ended up falling while he was still hanging upside down.
Just ignore it. I don't know either. I have no idea what went on either. You're not the only one, buddy. You're not the only one. I'm just confused as it is already.
That doesn't mean he just crashed straight into the floor.
Sorry.
Of course, you know that too, right?
It doesn't mean Nekomaru crashed straight into the floor. Huh. The only thing I can think of is that pillar, because there's that pillar that was also on the ground that was broken, so... The moment Nekomaru fell to the floor, the only thing I can think of that happened with him was he collided with the pillar.
I see!
When Nekomaru fell to the floor, He ended up colliding with the pillar.
Because of the oil on
Isn't that it?
Finally, the pillar!
You've been waiting for that this whole time, Akane?
So that's how the pillar shattered, and why oil was spilled all over the place.
See, I told you the pillar was the weapon. My gut was totally right.
How is it? Why is? Well, okay, it's the whole freaking fun house, Akane.
Well, the pillar was a bonus. It's not even clear if the killer intended that, or if it was just a
I
coincidence.
kind of agree with Nagito on that.
At this point, it is quite difficult to find a clue that will lead to the killer.
Then what about the alarm?
There's those 2 alarm clocks. The one in Strawberry House and the one in the song and what we heard. Those weird those sounds we heard. Wait, did that rumbling sound that we heard? If I'm correct about this, did the rumbling sound we heard when we woke up that first time was Nekomaru crashing? If that was the case, then
I'm positive the alarm was set for
Maybe.
7:30 a.m.
Maybe.
And if we map it out from there,
Hold on, baby gangsta.
Oh, here we go again.
stop calling me baby gangsta!
Oh, baby gangsta, let's go. He's our little baby gangsta.
What'd you just say? Did you say the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.?
Let's see what this does.
You didn't check it yourself? Nekomaru's alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nah, that's impossible.
Because I think we heard it before that.
Because even though I slept in a little, I still got to the tower at 7 in the morning.
That's true.
Now that you mention it, so did I. There was no way I could be late for Monokuma Tai Chi, so I left for Grape Tower before 7 a.m.
Yep.
And if we found Nekomaru's body there, it would have been before the 7:30 a.m. alarm went off.
Yeah. My thing is they probably changed the timing in the Strawberry House one. That's the only thing I can think of. So, one of the houses had to be changed, and it had to be the only strawberry.
It appears yet another contradiction has been birthed. How were you able to discover Nekomaru died at 7:30 a.m. when you went to the tower at 7?
That's what I want to know!
Another mystery I don't understand. Seriously, just one after another. But I can't choke up at a time like this. Just a little more and I'll be able to reach the truth. Because, again, one of the houses is alarm clocks, mostly Strawberry House, has to be set to a different time. From what if I remember what Fuihiko's account said, it was at 5 a.m. So I'm betting that has to be something. So I'm going to go with... It's going to have to do something with Fuihiko's account. There should be definitely a clue to breaking through this contradiction. I'm going to see whatever... I'm going to try to get the Fuihiko account and then...
We headed for Grape Tower. Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru's chest was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest. That's gotta be it!
Let me see what everyone has to say while I'm keeping this just in case. The alarm that caused Nekomaru's death range 7 a.m., but we discovered his body before 7 a.m. Wait, if I remember correctly about Nekomaru, his radio clock is never to be tampered with. So, if I can... So, I think what Akane said does not make sense. The radio clock can't be tampered with, and each across one possibility at a time if I'm going to break through this contradiction. Let me go back and...
We headed for Grape Tower.
Radio clock.
Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru's chest was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock and set.
There.
No, that's wrong!
Now I remember, because I remember that the radio clock can't be tampered with.
No, the clock inside his chest was a radio clock, so it would have been impossible to mess with.
Yep.
So you're saying there's no way the killer could have tampered with the clock?
Maybe the clock Miss Sonia saw was the one that got tampered with.
Yeah. What about the one about... I don't think it was the one Sonia saw. I think it's the one in Strawberry House was the only one I could think that was tampered.
The clock inside Grape House?
No, it's Strawberry House was one, because Fuyuhiko said it, like, he heard it at 5.
No, I checked all the clocks inside the funhouse.
Oh, that's what I asked you to do. So you really listened to me and checked all the clocks.
And because of that, I can confidently declare
I'm sorry,
that
I'm
all the
just
clocks had the same
going
time
through it.
displayed.
Just a trial.
If there's no possibility that the
Everyone's
time was
coming in and
tampered
doing
with,
well.
then we must doubt that human's testimony.
Please believe me, we are not lying.
Then maybe it's a misunderstanding?
Why are you blushing, Gundam?
I never misunderstand. I'll crush you into dog food.
This time-related contradictions. I don't think I should doubt the testimonies. I should doubt the clock. Oh, Lord of mercy. There's no mistake that something was done, but was it? Perhaps we overlooked something. Maybe we misunderstand something. If I focus and think, I should find the answer to that mystery. What is it now? Logic dive again. Question 1. The time... I think it's the time of the building. I'm going to go with the time of the building. Because that's the only thing I can think of. Oh, crud. I messed that up. Okay. Oh, that's going to be a bad... Okay, that jump's going to be a pain in my neck. Oh, I hate that. I have to. Oh, this is the problem. I'm gonna hate this part where I have to jump, do that one jump. I have to figure this out. Oh, I fell off just when I had that. Darn it, I hate. This is where I'm gonna start going insane because of this one jump. I have it. I know what I have to do. Why am I always doing that? I hate myself. I almost have it. I'm just trying not to push the button. Oh, there we go. Finally. I got it. I hate that so much. Question 2, which claw? The building's clock? That's the only thing I can think of is the building's clock. I didn't need to do that then. Oh. Oh, question 3. Strawberry house is the only thing I can think of. No! I know. Both? Was it both houses? Then? How was it both houses were? Yep. R.I.P. that guy. Okay, there we go. Oh! Yep.
It's all coming together!
He did not deserve what happened to him at all, in my opinion.
You said you checked all the clocks inside the building. Isn't that right, Fuyuhiko?
I thought it was only Strawberry House that clocks was, you know,
Yeah, none of the clocks had the wrong time.
the clocks, but it was both houses, okay.
But what if all those clocks have been messed with?
What? All the clocks?
How, though?
So even if you checked all the clocks inside the building, there's no way you'd have noticed it.
I have 3 favorite characters, which is Fuyuhiko, Kazuichi, and Nagito
I see.
for this game. And then
So
the
the
first
killer
game,
messed with the
I'm a
time
Byakuya
inside the
guy,
whole
but I know
building by
people hate
changing
him.
all the clocks.
So that's what it was. There's no way I would have noticed that.
This is truly fantastic!
Okay, Nagito.
Now's not the time to be pleased. More importantly, how much was the time off?
She's right. That's the main problem. I need to clarify how much the time was off after the Eliminator messed with the clocks. Wouldn't it be by 2? If it was because it's 7, and then 5 because Fuyuhiko's account said it was like 5 with his in the morning, so I'm betting that this is where Fuyuhiko's account comes into. That's definitely the next mystery. I'm going to reach the truth in one go. Or was it Akane's? Because Akane also mentioned hers. Oh, Chiaki! You gotta love Chiaki.
If the time in the building was all messed up, then we can only rely on Nekomaru's radio clock.
The time of death
She heard the sound.
was clearly 7:30 a.m.
The problem is, what time would 7:30 be? In our time.
Are there any clues that can be used to narrow that down? If only I heard the sound when he fell.
I agree with that!
There we go. Maybe this, because Akane heard the sound. So maybe that.
That's right. We should have heard the sound he made when he fell. Wasn't it that rumbling noise?
Rumbling?
I thought it was just an earthquake, so I went back to sleep. Was that the sound from when Nekomaru fell?
Well, a huge body fell from the 4th floor to the 1st, and the pillar fell with it. It's obvious we'd hear the impact sound.
True.
We heard that noise too.
It was when we were gathered at the Strawberry House Lounge.
Wasn't that when their alarm clock was going off?
What is it, Sonia?
Oh, well. That sound everyone heard? I did not hear it at all.
Sonia?
Huh?
You probably didn't hear it because you were sleeping.
Okay.
I could not sleep at all. I was awake the whole night with hunger pangs.
There's nothing to worry about. What's important is that rumbling noise anyway.
It's probably 2 hours off this time.
If we use that rumbling sound as a reference, we might be able to figure out how much our time was off.
I heard that sound probably around 5:30 in the morning.
Huh? You can tell?
I instantly woke up and left my room. And that's when I saw the clock in the lounge.
Excellent work, Akane!
Alright. Okay. We'll see. I hope it's not. I hope it's not that way, but we'll hopefully see. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm glad you came by. If that rumbling sound we heard at 5:30 a.m., it's like the answer to how much time was off. I already know that one. It's 2 hours, because if I remind
see!
you 7 out of 5, then it's 2.
Nekomaru's alarm
Yeah,
went
or
off
if
at
I add it.
7:30. And if we heard the sound of his impact at 5:30, That means our time was off by 2 hours.
You're
2 hours? That much?
Mm-hmm.
We were starving pretty badly. There's no way we would have noticed.
That's true. The whole time. He was not gonna give us food unless something happened. So
Plus, the funhouse has no windows.
Yep,
And there weren't any Monokuma announcements either.
true.
However, for what reason did the killer alter our perception of time?
The reason is obvious. So they could lure out just Nekomaru.
I mean, Fuhiko did see Nekomaru go down, so his account lure out only Nekomaru?
If you messed with the clocks and used a specific thing, you definitely get Nekomaru to the tower alone, right?
Interesting.
From there, the killer's plan was a splendid success. That's all it means.
The only thing I can think of is the Tai Chi. The Tai Chi was the thing everyone was making sure of and stuff. Besides messing with the time, the Eliminator also used a specific thing. If they were trying to lure only Nekomaru, then the specific thing is to the Tai Chi.
I see!
That's the thing
That's
I
it.
think of.
The killer made use of the Monokuma Tai Chi activity in the morning.
Yep.
How did they use it?
We were required to go to Grape Tower every morning at 7 a.m. for that activity, right? But if they mess with all the clocks inside the building, what would that do to us?
Monokuma would be angry.
We wouldn't be able to attend on time, but that wouldn't affect Nekomaru.
Yep.
His radio clock had the exact time.
That's right. In doing so, the killer was able to lure him to the tower by himself at the precise time.
Then, when I witnessed Nekomaru early in the morning,
Yep.
If I recall, you witnessed Nekomaru around 5 a.m. And if that time was also 2 hours off, it should have been 7 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty much it. At that time, he was heading over to Monokuma Tai Chi, right on schedule.
Yep.
I see. Now that I think about it, I realize what Monokuma meant when he said those words.
True. Oh, don't gasp, man.
Too early. He didn't even ask you yet.
Jeez, how outrageous! I honestly didn't expect everyone to ditch Monokuma Tai Chi. But it turned out like this after all, so I guess it can't be helped. Yep.
When you said everyone, you were including us, right? We thought we came to the tower on time, but in truth, it was way past the meeting time.
Ah, jeez! Well, how should I put it? What was it? You know, tripping over a foot, or something like that.
I don't know about that, buddy.
Are you talking about tripping over someone else's fault?
Wrong! Too bad!
Okay, buddy.
Liar! I'm right!
Oh my gosh, poor Mommy.
That's not it! It's incorrect!
That's definitely the correct answer. You always get so stubborn like this.
Why are you?
Let's just ignore the peanut gallery. Now that we've found out how the killer lured Nekomaru, the number of suspects has drastically decreased.
Uh-huh.
Hey, why would that decrease the number of suspects? Don't be a friggin' liar!
You'll know I'm not lying when you listen to what Fuyuhiko's going to say next.
Cause his account, maybe.
huh? What the hell do you mean?
What?
You witnessed Nekomaru going toward the tower. Did something else happen after that?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that alarm?
I was about to say he's gonna bring up that alarm.
Alarm?
A little while after I witnessed Nekomaru, the clock in the Strawberry House lounge started going off. Plus, it was just before that rumbling sound occurred.
Right.
That's it. So that's what it is. If Nekomaru died when the rumble happened, then whoever doesn't have an alibi at the time is the prime suspect.
one who didn't have an alibi at that time?
I
Wait.
remember now. The sound was so loud I couldn't help bolting from my room. But there was one guy who never left the lounge. We were both on the same floor. It's pretty weird that bastard never came out of his guest room.
Oh, is he talking about Nagito? Because Nagito's the only one I can think of.
Which means that person does not have an alibi for when Nekomaru fell?
Who is it? Who's the bastard?
Nagito's the only one that apparently I think didn't come out of his area. It's whoever doesn't have an alibi for that time, right? The way it's indicating Nagito. For some reason. Isn't that Nagito? Nagito's the only one because
You're the only one!
I didn't hear anything about Nagito and his stuff.
The one who wasn't there. It's you, right, Nagito?
That's right. Nagito wasn't there.
I also thought it was weird Nagito didn't hear the alarm for a second.
It was just me, Gundham, and Fuyuhiko.
You didn't come out, even though the alarm was going off like crazy.
Yeah, I was about to say, they did not mention Nagito was there at all, so...
You weren't in your room, were you?
Where was Nagito then?
If that's the case, where were you?
Please, say something!
If you don't hurry up and answer, I'm gonna suicide dive you!
If I may be frank,
Okay, buddy, what you gotta say?
even if I wanted to go to the lounge, I couldn't.
What?
You couldn't? What do you mean?
That's weird, why?
It's merely the foolish talk of the weak.
Not only did I not hear the alarm, I never even heard that rumbling sound.
Oh. He couldn't?
You're
No
definitely fucking
way.
lying.
But wait. If Sonya didn't hear it,
However,
and then...
that is also true for me. It is obvious that I did not hear the alarm in Strawberry House. But I did not hear the rumbling sound either. Is that not strange? I mean, everyone else heard it.
To be honest, it's not just them. The same goes for me too.
So, wait, so if I remember, Chiaki and Sonya didn't hear it, as well, not just Nagito. Hold on, before I continue, I gotta close this door. This door's gonna bug me because of the random background noises and stuff. I wanna close it so badly. Hold on, before I continue. But if Sonya and Chiaki couldn't hear it, the only thing I can think of is the rooms that they were staying in is what prevented that. Because they have the deluxe room, if I'm correct. Sorry. Because if it was the deluxe room that prevented them from doing that, then that makes more sense. So these deluxe rooms were soundproof? Because that's my only thing I can think of, is if the deluxe rooms were soundproof somehow. So I guess that's the only thing I can think of that would make sense why Nagito, Sonya, and Chiaki couldn't hear it.
I was in a pretty deep sleep, so I thought that's why I couldn't hear it, but it wasn't that. I probably couldn't hear it at all.
Couldn't hear it? What does that mean?
You still don't know. Think about what the three of us who didn't hear a sound have in common, and I'm sure you'll figure it out.
The rooms. The only people who didn't hear the rumbling noise were Nagito, Sonya, and Chiaki. The secret is what these three have in common. Could this also be the secret that points to the Eliminator? It's the deluxe rooms. Oh, it's hanging together. I gotta spell it out. Frick. I hate it so much. I hate this one as well. Oh, crud. frick. Okay, no, wrong button. Keep doing that. Oh, frick. Darn it, I'm doing stuff that I don't need.
Got it!
There we go. I was trying to make sure none of the stuff keeps bumping into each other, but I'm failing. I keep getting injured.
Nagito, Sonia, and Chiaki, the three of you were staying in deluxe rooms, right? If I recall, the deluxe rooms are...
The guest rooms are divided up by quality and grade. The deluxe rooms is soundproof and has excellent air installation. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, he said that. The standard rooms may have so-so installation, but it's pretty decent. And the grubby rooms have severe airflows and draft problems. That's why.
The reason we could not hear the rumbling noise.
That's right. It was because the deluxe rooms have superior sound insulation.
Right.
You actually noticed that. Nice catch, Hajime. Are you using your ultimate reserve corps student talent?
Stop bringing it up, Nagito. How is that important right now? Jeez.
Now then, you guys must understand by now, right? The true identity of Nekomaru's killer.
Hold on a sec. Why does that lead to who the killer is?
Okay.
Why? Well, that fact just now is a very important clue, and a decisive factor in identifying the killer.
Decisive factor?
Okay. Somehow I feel like I understand what Nagito means. Hold on. Wait, the only thing I can think of is... Hold on, I'm trying to remember. Wasn't someone else... The way he's talking about it, because if Sonia, Nagito, and Chiaki have deluxe room, wait, if I remember correctly, Gundham also got a deluxe room. Like Nagito, so he shouldn't have heard it. Why was he in the lounge if he heard, that's my question, what? Now that I think about it, I totally forgot about Gundam's room. He was also in a deluxe room. I think. Because, if that's really the case, Gundam, or was he in a deluxe room? I think he was. But I think he was not supposed to, he shouldn't have heard that. So it's gotta be Gundam. There's the only one that I could think of that has... Oh lord, if it's Gundam, oh gosh. The Eliminator Among Us. Eliminator who eliminated Nekomaru. It's Gundam. You're the only one because you had also...
You're the only one!
Oh lord.
Gundam, there's something I want to ask you.
He's got nods.
When the alarm rang at the Strawberry House Lounge, you rushed over there too, right?
What's wrong with that? If the bell of catastrophe rings throughout the night, it is the universe's providence to stop it.
Why were you able to hear it?
That's what I'm wondering, because if he had a deluxe room, he shouldn't have heard it.
Hear what?
I mean, you were also staying in a deluxe room, right? Nagito was staying in a deluxe room in the same house on the same floor, and he couldn't even hear it. So why were you able to hear that alarm?
Now that you mention it,
Gundam?
There's only one possibility. You weren't in your room at the time.
True.
That's why, even though you were staying in the deluxe room, you still went to the lounge. Am I right?
Gundam, you have some sort of explanation, right?
True.
Gundam probably couldn't return to his room because of Fuyuhiko. Me? After you saw Nekomaru heading to the tower, you stayed at the lounge for a while. Am I correct? Until the moment that alarm started ringing, right? If you were in the lounge for that long, the killer who had left earlier obviously wouldn't be able to go back.
Ah.
Even though Mekamaru's murder was a death trap that utilized the alarm in his chest, the killer still needed to prepare the murder in advance.
Right.
like putting Nekomaru in sleep mode and tying him up with the wire.
In order to do that, the killer needed to be waiting for Nekomaru at the tower. Which means when Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru, the killer was already at the tower.
That makes sense now.
And once they tried to go back, they couldn't because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge.
Right. They would have been seen and asked, why are you up? Situation or timing or something.
In their original plan, the killer should have returned to their room before the alarm in the lounge went off.
True.
And they were supposed to stay in their room. They weren't planning to come out and go to the lounge.
Which means they wouldn't have heard the alarm or the rumbling sound, thus proving they were in the room.
Just like us.
Oh, okay.
The best case scenario would have been if those two in the lounge had gone to check the deluxe rooms. After all, if they personally saw the killer sleeping in their room, it gives the killer a stronger alibi.
True.
Unfortunately, they failed to secure that alibi.
Because I was in the lounge.
So the killer couldn't go back to their room, and ended up hearing the lounge's alarm.
Hey, what are you doing? This ruckus is louder than the supreme ruler of the Netherworld bellowing for a sacrifice. Don't go making all that noise so suddenly.
But why'd you come out? You should have hid till the excitement died down.
If Gundam tried to hide, and if those two went to his room to check on him, he would have been found out. That would have been the worst possible outcome. That's why he couldn't just stay hidden.
That would make sense as well. That's why that makes a lot more sense.
If those two had just checked the deluxe rooms as planned, that would have been ideal, but how ironic. The moment Fuyuhiko set foot in the lounge, your plan was doomed.
Oh, Lord.
Gundam? Please, can you at least say something?
First says nothing.
Answer me this. Including myself in my 4 dark devas of destruction, how many ears do we possess?
What? What are we talking about now?
The answer is 10. That's right, I possess 10 ears.
I don't know. I don't know.
That means I have 5 times the hearing of a normal human. The soundproof system here may as well not exist.
Is that your argument?
Oh, was he trying to say his hamsters could hear it so he could also? What?
You
What
bastard!
in the world?
Do you understand the situation you're in right now?
Why? My question is, what's the why Gundam?
Do not panic.
Now he's
the
starting to
truth
freak out.
shall now commence.
Now he's panicking.
At the time, I left my room to go to the bathroom. By coincidence, I heard the alarm.
He's saying he went to the bathroom.
That's right. That's all it was. The world is always so simple.
Are you saying it was just a coincidence? Isn't that timing a little too perfect?
I'm confused.
And yet, I'm being suspected by all of you. It seems it was actually horrible timing on my part.
I see. You're still holding out.
What, Nagito?
Well, you don't have to admit it. We're going to decide who the killer is with the majority vote anyway. So, why don't we just go ahead and start voting? It's obvious that Gundham is the killer.
Hold on a sec.
Okay, I can understand. So I'm trying to think, why would Gundam do that? Is my question. Because why is that the case?
You know, Hajime,
That's my question. If it was really Gundam.
this class trial, this killing, it's merely the opening act, you know.
I also just noticed Mikon's image picture thing on her Gone image is kind of different compared to the other ones. Is it like bandages?
Hey! What do you mean the class trial is just the opening act?
Okay, Monokuma's upset.
Perhaps I should say, it's just a farce.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just a boring farce. So boring, so stressful. I'm so painfully bored that I might develop stomach ulcers.
Okay, buddy.
Seriously, let's just hurry up and finish this before I collapse from poor health.
Okay, buddy.
Nagito, something definitely happened to you, didn't it? At some point during the investigation, your behavior became even weirder.
That is true. That is a little weird too.
What?
I agree.
What actually happened? Did you discover something?
He discovers something, but he's trying to wait for the right opportune timing or something, because to really, I guess, do anything regarding about it, because he's holding out on us on information he's found. So, that's my thinking on Nagito right now.
Well, let's just leave that fun for later. And finish this opening act already.
You said opening act again!
You're making Monokuma angrier, Nagito.
Please hold on! We have yet to hear Gundam's rebuttal!
But he's completely shut up. Perhaps he can't argue anymore.
Gundam!
I was simply at a loss for words after being dumbfounded by your pathetic assumption.
Okay.
In fact, I shall deny the very basis. Your assumption has been wrong since the beginning.
Oh, Lord.
Since the beginning?
Are you sure?
Based on your assumption, I hung Nekomaru from the 4th floor of the tower and made the floor descend to the 1st floor. From there, after returning to Strawberry House, I was present when the alarm at the lounge went off, correct? Although going to and fro is busy enough as it is, how would I be able to travel between both houses anyway?
I see. The contact elevator was broken.
As I recall, the killer tampered with the Grape House control panel, which shut down the elevator.
That is true. I agree. Like, yeah, there is the situation of
Plus, the stopped elevator should have been facing the Grape House side. If so, the human who used the elevator would have left it at Grape House. For these reasons, it's an indisputable fact that the killer destroyed the elevator at Grape House.
And what's wrong with that?
If the elevator was broken at Grape House, he wouldn't be able to return to Strawberry House.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of stuff.
However, I was already at Strawberry House. I was present when the alarm in the lounge started ringing. Which means your assumption is clearly wrong.
Are you serious? And
Wait.
here I thought it's already been
The
decided.
thing is, how did the Nagito thing? There's Nagito randomly suddenly appearing in Grape House. I think that's what they're missing.
Have you learned your lesson, pitiful humans? You cannot
I think
overcome
that's
this
what we're gonna have to-
contradiction.
That's what it is. That's what we're thinking. That's what I'm thinking they're missing is how the freak did Nagito go back and get to Grape House? I think they're forgetting that. That's wrong. When something is obviously wrong, that's when a contradiction is born. No such thing as a contradiction that can't be overcome. I think I know what I have to do. Hold on. I'm gonna use the wall clock for this because
That elevator was
I know that.
the only means of travel between the two houses.
No, I don't think so because Nagito.
As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
I think I know what it
It
is.
would have been different if they had an accomplice.
No.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do
Right,
you
I
plan
was
to
on that.
lecture me?
Okay, I know what I have to
Why
do. I
don't
have
we
to grab
stop
the
this
secret.
already?
I have to grab what Akane says. I know what Akane had said. So Akane said there's the secret thing. It's true. What Nagito found. I gotta grab the Akane thing. I do it slowly because I know what I have to do.
That elevator was
You already know. I can
the
grab
only
Akane's
means of travel
thing
between the two houses.
with
As long as that elevator was broken,
left click, not right click.
your assumption collapses.
That's what it is.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
You already know that.
if the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
I know what Akane
Or
said.
if there was a secret passageway.
Got it.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me?
I know what I got.
Why don't we stop this already?
What if I can hit when Gundam says if I can hit this when Gundam says when he says the only means of travel.
That elevator was the only means of travel between.
There.
No, that's wrong!
Because I remember the Nagito suddenly appearing.
No, there should have been another way to move between the two houses without the elevator.
There it is.
Such a method does not exist.
No, Nagito knows.
Then why don't we ask the person who actually used that method?
Nagito. It's Nagito. Where is he? Where is our boy? Nagito.
You're the only one! Nagito, you should know.
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. You appeared so suddenly that one time because you used that method, right?
Right. Yep, I remember this. Nagito, why are you here? Because I showed up.
There's a secret passage connecting the first floor of Strawberry House to the third floor of Grape House. Isn't that right?
Jeez. Once again, I let the reserve course show off.
Okay, Nagito, why are you on about that?
But you're right. There's a door on the floor of the octagon, which is on the first floor of Strawberry House.
Yep. Yep, there, right
After I opened the door and went down. Surprise, surprise! I ended up in the Monokuma archive, which is on the third floor of Grape House.
This is why it makes sense. That's what I remembered. Hold on, the door keeps opening because the pupper keeps opening it and then he leaves, so it's kind of bugging me when he does that. I'm trying to... Hold on. So, again, yeah, that's why I can think that's the other way of transporting the two places would work. Great, I gotta do another... Hopefully, I hope we don't have to do another I'll try to sit down on the freaking desk because I hope I don't have to do any more bottles stuff. The bottles are getting on my nerves. Because... Oh my gosh. Because if anything, Gundam must have been able to complete the final thing. That's the only thing I can think of is Gundam, if he really was the one who did this, he should have found a way to he should have completed. So that's my only thing I can think of. So,
Meaning the third floor and the fourth floor are actually connected.
so,
Plus, once you've cleared the final dead room once, you can pass through it as many times as you want.
If they used that secret passage, they could have gone between the two houses as much as they wanted.
true.
Infinity Unlimited Flame!
I got it. Oh lord, I hate this one.
However, what if the killer was unaware of the existence of the final dead room?
There's no way they didn't know.
That is merely an illusion you have fabricated from your own
What
suspicion.
about the wire? There's gotta be. What about? Because the thing is, where would you get the wire from? Where would you get that hammer? I guess. But
If
the
you
wire
value
must
your
be
life,
because
you should stop
I'm
with
thinking
your
it's the
scrutiny.
wire.
There's no way I can stop.
What did you say? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Where did I heard that before? That line? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. But I've heard of it somewhere. Probably the wire. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at wire for now.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
Oh gosh.
you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
Darn it.
Shall I feed you to the progeny of
Can't
vile
figure out how this
deities?
goes. Yeah, I'm in danger. Crap. Dang it. This argument is... I need to... Some of the stuff is confusing me because I don't know how to do this. I was just pressing random buttons.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
See, this is where I'm...
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
See, this is where I'm stuck on because of how he does this. It's so annoying. So, hold on. Need to...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say!
See, this is where I'm
Your
stuck on.
decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Lord, see, this is where I'm stuck on, because it's like... I hate how annoying this is.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
Missing all my
you
thoughts.
could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say!
What the
Your
freak?
decayed illusion.
I hate this one.
Shall I
Like, the
feed you
words
to
are
the
just-
progeny of vile
I can't
deities?
figure out what... Okay. These words are just so annoying. Because of how they're floating and everything. It's how they're floating is my problem.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
See,
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I hate these. I hate this. I'm trying to figure out how to do these cuts with this one because of how annoying.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
I'm trying to figure
provided
out
you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm suffering because of how annoying the way he's doing this.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
Missing all
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I can't get past this. This is struggling. I hate it so much.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
How am I failing this? Because I hate how annoying this one is. Because of how the words are appearing and I only have the way the words are.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
There we go. Kind of got that.
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Almost had that for a second. Now let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to do these stupid cuts. How do I do that?
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
These cuts are so awful.
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say!
See, these cuts are so
Your decayed
impossible.
illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
How do I... Okay, I'm trying to figure out what cuts do I need to do for what.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed
There we go.
illusion.
I'm
Shall I
done.
feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I had it for a second. I had it for a second. Okay. I hate this so much.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple
I
planes,
hate that I had that.
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
I hate how it's
Shall I
only
feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I have it every time, but it's just bugging me.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
Looking where they go.
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile
I don't know
deities?
why I did that. Why am I... How? Dang it. I almost have it every time. I almost had it at one point. The problem I'm struggling is the way I can't cut them for some reason. It's like the strange... Lord of mercy, I hate this rebuttal because it's like... My struggle is I'm trying to get the cuts, but the way they angle this one is struggling me. I know I have the WASD. Slash in the direction. I'm trying to think.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say!
Oh, I didn't... Okay, now I see. That's where I'm messing up. It's... Okay. I wasn't paying attention, but I forgot about my arrow keys. So the arrow keys. Okay. Okay. I forgot about the arrow keys. Now I see where I messed up at. It's the arrow keys. I forgot about those. I didn't even know they had any. I didn't know they had to use those too. Oh, mercy. Now because most of the ones I
This
have
is
done
my-
so far has been
We will never give up!
because I had no. Now I see. That's where I messed up. It's because I didn't use the arrow keys. I'm gonna keep it at wire. It says if I kept the same line. So now I see.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
There. So I see. Now I
Shall I
see
feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
If I can get... Okay. I just need to figure out how to use the arrow keys.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
There.
Shall I
See,
feed
did
you
it.
to the progeny of vile deities?
Yeah, I see. I need to... it's the keys, the arrow keys. I need to... I'm trying to figure out...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Why am I keep getting pushed back? I'm trying to figure out how to... Okay. Trying to figure out how to use...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
No. I almost had that. I keep...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
the arrow
you
keys.
could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole.
Come on, just give me the...
However, how frail I say!
frail...
Your decayed illusion.
I'm first pressing buttons because...
Shall I
this one is
feed
so
you to the
annoying.
progeny of
I can't
vile
figure out-
deities?
Forgetting about that. Good. Trying to figure out which arrow keys goes with what. So...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
See there. See, that's what I'm trying
Shall
to
I
do.
feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I forgot I can also use arrow keys. Shut up about the argument. I'm gonna lose again.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say!
Frail...
Your decayed illusion.
I almost pushed
Shall
back.
I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Can I get to the deities through? Because the cuts are 35.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
See, this is where...
Shall I feed you to the
hate this
progeny of
limited
vile
cuts.
deities?
I hate always these limited cuts situations. I hate these limited cuts. I'm trying to think.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
much. I hate using these cuts. I'm gonna lose it.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
I don't
you could travel through multiple planes,
I'm trying to press it.
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Credit me for that. Thought it was already over. I hate Gundam's rebuttal one because I'm trying to figure out how to handle do his rebuttal.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
See, I hate this, especially when I have
Shall
like
I
35
feed you to the
cuts
progeny
and
of vile deities?
It's angering me because I can do this, but I'm struggling.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Just give me the stinking... Okay, what I'm trying to get is, the overturn, if I can. If not, I'm gonna hate myself even more because I'm struggling with this trial.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Do I need to not use all of my cuts somehow with this one?
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm sorry if I'm struggling. I'm trying to get through it. I'm not a great gamer. I'm angry with myself because everything I've done.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say!
See, This is the one rebuttal I'm gonna be stuck on for hours. Shut up, Monica. You're not making this. You're not helping me. I'm just angry at myself because of how annoying this rebuttal one is. So stressed on myself because I'm trying. I know we can do this.
This is our end?
I'm not giving up.
We will never give up!
Ugh. I hate running.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Had it for a second. Please. Almost had that for a second. Just stop talking.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Bro, I'm struggling with this darn rebuttal. It's because of the reason why I'm struggling is because every single one of his ways is just in an angle. So many angles, so many weird positions, and I can't figure out where they're going. So it's a struggle for me, and I apologize.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm almost getting it, but it's just, I apologize for my struggle. This is... Should I just...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
15? I'm gonna stress if I get past 15.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Just... Where... Okay.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I got so close. Keep forgetting which...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through...
Oh crud. Wrong button.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Oh, finally.
I already proved a secret passage exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the Octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
Oh crud, I messed that up. I had that. Darn it, I had that.
Damn it!
I had that. I almost had it. I got the button.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole.
I had it.
However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I just had it right there, and I had it right there. I had it. I just had it, and then I had to go backwards. Darn it.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes.
Now I'm upset because I did that.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
This is like the Sonya one all over again. I had it, then I go back. Oh, my soul wants to just play.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel...
Frick, I keep pressing the wrong button for no reason.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
This is probably going to be the one trial I'll hate the most.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
See, I'm missing my
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I am not backing
Even
down.
if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion.
Darn it,
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I had it at first. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. I thought it was over again. I just forget. It always does that to me.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
How did I do that one time when I finally did, and now I can't again? It's like I go backwards. It's like I get it backwards. I get it backwards.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
Getting angry at myself. This is gonna be the one where I won't get a B in it. I'm gonna probably get a F or something on this one. Class trial. Shut up.
This is my... We will never give up!
The one class trial I was hoping to go through.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
Oh, whoops, I keep doing
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Okay. I'm trying, but my brain can't, whenever it lines up, it always fails with my lineup situation, sorry.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm trying, whenever I try to get them into the right cuts, it's just my fingers are pressing the wrong buttons, I think.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
This corner one is
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Oh, I hate how these words line up. I'm hating it more and more every time. Like, I'm trying. I'm using my keyboard. I have the W, ASD, and the R and the arrow keys.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
And I'm not trying to waste them, every time I press them at the wrong timing.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
You can see where I mess up. I'm just making the same mistakes, and even when I try to, I'm still making the same mistakes.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Had 4 cuts left there.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
My buttons. Ugh. I am not great at this.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple...
I just pressed that out of nowhere. I keep pressing that button for no reason. This gives me time to think. And to kind of calm myself down because I'm struggling. I'm trying not to waste the cuts. It just... Every time I try to get the words to line up, I'm either pressing the wrong arrow key... something. See? I'm pressing that by accident when I don't need to.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
Pressing the wrong button.
you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes.
Sorry, I'm just struggling.
Provided
Sorry,
you
I
use a
apologize for
spacious
my anger
wormhole.
right now.
However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Sorry.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm just angry. I get halfway and then I just start messing up.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm gonna fail this again for 15,000 times.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Just people probably don't need to watch me struggle for 5 minutes straight or 10 or however long this is gonna take until
Even
I get
if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple
I'm
planes.
missing every time.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile...
Sometimes I just want to give up, but I'm not. Ugh. How did I... Okay. I got it down through the first time. This makes me so angry at myself because I know I can do this. And when I get there, I make one mistake because I'm so happy I got through it, and then I go back into the cycle. It's just I go into a random cycle. Ugh. Makes me so angry at myself.
This is my-
because I make the same mistakes over and over.
We will never give up!
Even when I'm not making them, somehow I'm still making that mistake. Betting has something to do with the wire, though.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through...
Why am I pressing that button by accident every time? I don't need to.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I'm always just pressing random buttons nowadays because I'm so angry at myself. I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to be quiet and do it right, but...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Not when I'm angry at myself. Because...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
This is where I mess up. This is where I start to fail. It's like I get there or somewhere. It's that one side. It's always, I get the first two, but then when it comes to that third one, it's where I start going downhill. I can't remember what key.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I can't back down!
Okay. Oh.
I already proved a secret passage exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the Octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind confusion, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
I had it. It was right there. I had it.
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the Octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
I just did it again! I had it and I accidentally pressed the wrong button! I just did it!
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I just had it. See, I did it and I keep pressing the wrong button when I'm trying not to, and I'm just...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Why am I...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
keep doing that when I don't mean to.
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Come on. Please. Gaming gods. Just let me finally do it right for once.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say!
Here we go
Your
again.
decayed illusion.
My insanity.
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
This is where I'm gonna go into insanity. I'm gonna go insane.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion.
How do I do that?
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Every time.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities? Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
Because I'm going insane, I'm
you
missing
could
every
travel
shot
through
that I
multiple
used to get.
planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I need a break or I'm gonna go insane. I'm taking a freaking break or I'm going to go right insane. I'm gonna go insane until I freaking mess up again and go all over. It's gonna be a cycle, that's all I'm saying. I'm sorry if I'm blaming myself. I'm blaming myself right now. It's just, I'm struggling. I think once I'm in that mode where I'm like, I'm going insane, I'm hitting the shots that I can, but then I'm missing other shots. And then when I get there, somehow I end up failing. I just need to calm down or I'm not helping. I'm angry at myself and whatnot, so hold on. Let me take a break and find a way to chill out for a bit or something before I can come back to this rebuttal. Because I'm going to fail it so many times and I'm betting you guys are going to get aggravated with me. Because I'm already aggravated as it is already. I didn't want to make this a long trial, but because of how aggravated I am at this rebuttal thing. I'm back. I have returned. Hopefully, I'm still trying to somewhat sit down a little bit and calm. I'm a little bit more calmer than before, but I'm still upset with myself. That's all. But I'm returned. This is the one trial that's just... I think I'm just struggling the most out of all the trials, probably. Unless the next one will be more struggling. Because I know I almost had it twice. Twice in a row I got close. But then I made one single fatal mistake. I know I can do it. 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 Just need to stay more calm, collected.
This is my... We will never give up!
Keep me on the wire.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Almost had that.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Almost got that. Almost got it.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I can do this.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Just give me the rebuttal thingy, whatever. What is it called? Give me the overturn. Just give me the overturn.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Give me the overturn. I keep messing up on the one where it's like...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
That's...
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny?
God, almost.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes,
Why do I keep doing that?
provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Just when I get there.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes.
I keep accidentally pressing E. I hate myself.
Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Breaking the cuts. What? I'm trying to figure out what arrow keys go with what WASD situation. Hold on.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Hello. Yeah, I went back and I keep going in a circle. The reason why I had it and then I keep going in a circle. I'm figuring out the code of to figuring it out. I had taken a break. Sorry. I deeply apologize. I'm a struggle bus. I'm not great. I have those issues where I'm struggling. I almost have it. Sometimes.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes.
See, this is
provided
where I'm
you use a
struggling.
spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
Oh my lord, I hate hitting E by accident.
Shall I feed?
Why do I keep doing that? Sorry, I'm frustrated at myself. I am trying the I'm using the wire because I know wire is the one.
Even if the turbid box doesn't
This is
exist,
where I'm struggling.
you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
This is where
Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Hun. I appreciate that. Sorry, I am not giving up regardless. I will
Even
keep
if
going.
the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes. Provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile...
Oh, why am I keep pressing E by accident. But I appreciate you guys doing that.
I
Please.
can't back down!
Yes, perfect. Okay.
I already proved the secret passage exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the Octagon?
Okay, sorry, I need to pause real quick. Almost had it. This is the part where I mess up at. Sorry.
Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blood...
There.
Allow me to cut through those words! The wire used to string up Nekomaru's body.
Finally, got it.
The hammer that looked like the weapon, and the chain on the door in the tower. Those are all the items that weren't in Funhouse. Where did the killer obtain them?
Finally, I got through it! Let's go! Oh, please, I really don't want to go against Gundam again. Not just... I really am gonna hate the rebuttals the most. That made me the most frustrated I ever have been! The one problem is, when is it gonna happen again? This is gonna be the worst one of my trials ever done. I'm gonna quickly... No, wait, is it? Hold on, the reason I'm doing this is because I do not care. I want to get past this trial so badly. I'm saving while I'm at this. Oh, I know all the trials so far have been doing this. All the trials have the rebuttal thing, and I'm gonna hate those the most. Because it's just because of how it has to work. And I know it's gonna happen again the next trial if it happens. But I'm so glad I finally got through it.
The only place I can think of is the Octagon.
Okay, is it gonna show the Octagon image? Sorry if I cover up the image and stuff that are like from the Octagon thingy or some stuff. Because I don't think it's a good image to show, sorry.
There were various weapons and tools there. I'm pretty sure I saw stuff like wires, hammers, and chains too.
Alright.
Since those items were used in the crime, there's no doubt that the killer went to the Octagon.
Gundam.
If that's the case, they obviously know about the secret passage too, right?
True. You're losing, Gundam.
It seems this is the end. Normally we'd end up listening to Hajime lecture us with a very long summary of the case. But there's no reason to waste any more time on this opening act, so I'm going to end this right now.
Oh, Lord. Let's go.
Hey, what are you...
Nagito, what's going on, buddy? Why are you doing this?
First of all, by messing with all the clocks in the building, Gundam
I'd
tried to
say just
lure
because I
only
didn't wanna go
Nekomaru.
through that again,
The
I
elevator
really
was
was-
probably broken by that point. Thanks to that, Nekomaru wasn't able to go to Grape Tower, which was supposed to be the meetup point. So he tried going over to Strawberry Tower, just like we did when we found out the elevator was broken. Well, it's obvious he'd attempt that. At that time, we didn't know the two towers were the exact same place. Also, the button in Strawberry Hall wasn't broken, so he was easily able to enter Strawberry Tower. But surprise! Gundam was waiting for Nekomaru's arrival.
Hold on. If Nekomaru didn't go to Strawberry Tower, what would the killer have done then?
Their plan was a balancing act of uncertainties, but even if they failed, they probably wouldn't have minded.
What did they mean by they? Unless they were both in on it. I don't know anymore, but like Nekomaru and Gundam, but I don't know.
They can just greet everyone the next morning as if nothing
Unless
happened,
something-
and come up with a different plan.
What?
And, without such a risky plan, they wouldn't have been able to lure him at all.
Oh, I think they're talking about the Eliminator, my bad.
I'm going to continue summarizing the case, okay?
Oh gosh, Nagito, what are you going to do? Are you going to do something like last time?
Through this, Gundam successfully lured Nekomaru to Strawberry Tower. There's no way he could fight head-on with the robotic Nekomaru, so by pressing the goodnight button, he rendered Nekomaru powerless without fighting him.
Oh lord. What's going on, Gundam?
Hold on! What did you just say? That I didn't battle?
Oh lord, is he upset now? I like them both. I like both the two games in general. I like both Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair. I like them both. I can't like them more. They both to me are good in my heart. They're both amazing.
What's wrong with that?
Don't
So I like
mess
them both.
with me!
I like to give them both equal love, in my opinion.
Don't mess with
The only
me!
problem I
I
have is
cannot
don't like
ignore those
certain aspects
words!
in certain parts of the game. That's all. That's all.
Why are you angry all of a sudden?
Oh lord.
You fools do not understand! You don't understand at all!
Why are you so upset, Gundam?
Ha! You make me laugh! After all this time, you still don't understand anything at all!
I don't understand anything. What does that mean?
I mean, you don't usually care stuff, Akane.
It appears I cannot finish just yet. Maybe I'm just a human destined for hell. However, I cannot finish just yet. I cannot finish!
Oh dear me. Okay. I hope it's not one of those one of panic talks, because that's the only thing I can think of is the panic talk thing is what's coming up next.
What do you intend to do?
It's obvious! I'm going to destroy your illusory assumptions!
Don't make it a rebuttal again.
Are you saying you still have more? You still have room to argue?
Your words. You said I pressed Nekomaru's goodnight button.
His hamsters could have done it.
However, that button was on the back of Nekomaru's neck. To press it, I'd
His
have to get
hamsters.
behind him.
That's the only thing I can think of is his hamsters.
It's not easy to get the drop on Coach Nekomaru.
It's even more difficult if it's a one-on-one situation.
Because I'm betting it's going to be this panic talk coming up.
Just as I thought, truly frail,
I'm just trying to
succumbing
calm
so
myself down.
easily to this simple argument. It was just a mere illusion. If you want to set me up as the killer, at least surpass your own human limitations.
That's wrong, Gundam. You're the one who's wrong.
Such a wonderful line. However, I cannot say that I'm satisfied. Listen well. I shall teach you 2 tips for making someone admit their defeat. First, you must crush them with your own overwhelming power. And as for the other...
I mean, they have some similar features with a few of the games that are probably some like different, like Hangman's Gambit. It's still the same, but completely some of the stuff is a little different. Logic Dive is different because that wasn't in the first game. The Panic Talk is still the same, but completely different in a way with certain stuffs. So I can kind of see, like, they have some similarities, but there is a few differences too as well.
You must provide a reason that will persuade that human. You have not fulfilled
I can see
either
that,
of
yeah.
those yet.
Guess you really don't want to admit it. Then, just as you request for... Hold on. Oh, wrong button. I'm gonna save again, because I will not be happy if I fail this. Will provide an argument that'll leave you no choice but to be persuaded. Oh, this again. I hate this one.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David
This is where I'm screwing
prophesied!
this up. That's right.
Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David
Oh, I can't see
prophesied!
when so much stuff is going on.
For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire!
I can't tell
Wither.
what's what.
Crushed as David prophesied!
I can't tell.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! It's Nekomaru's back! Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
Oh, good. Darn it.
Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! It's Nekomaru's back! Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
There I go again. Hold on. Darn it, I messed up. There it is again. I know what I'm messing up the spelling. That's my issue. I got it. I'm trying to spell the 4 dark daggers of destruction. My brain can't. I hate this part. Okay, that's where I'm struggling. There I go again. Okay. I knew this was gonna happen. The one thing I hate about this panic is how I have to stupidly look at the screen and I have to find which one it is on the keyboard for me. I can't do that. I'm used to like that. I can do it. I'm able to do I'm not into fever time. I could, but I don't want to. I do things the hard way. I think the problem is I do things the hard way. I do things the hard way.
This is my...
I do things the hard way, so
We will never give up!
I know what I have to do. It's just the problem I'm struggling with is because I can't... It's the stupid spelling. I get to it, but then the spelling is where I have to search for where they go. Sorry. I understand that if people get angry at me for not using fever time and stuff, but I will persuade without it. I've done it in the past, so I can do it again.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
Darn it! See, that's where I'm struggling. Yeah, that's where I'm trying to. It's the. It starts with the 4. It's the 4 dark. It's the 4 dark devs. It's 4 dark. That's my problem because of how I'm seeing it because of how the buttons are. Sorry, the buttons on me. Sorry. The 4. I need to put dark before devs.
It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
Not again. I do it again. See, I got it. See, hold on. I have it. I almost have it. I just... Because of how... I'm getting switched up. Because of the buttons. Okay. You see what I'm talking about? You know how every time I'm looking at the keyboard... I'm one of those people who struggle with looking up and typing. I can only type where I'm looking at the keyboard. That's where my struggle is with this. That's why I'm struggling with this panic thing. It's because I have to always look up and back and forth. So I apologize if I'm struggling. Because I'm looking... Because I already typed it over somewhere else, or I have it written down so I remember. But every time I'm trying to figure out which button goes with what. You know what I mean? Like, you see every time it switches? It's confusing me. And I get in those panics where I'm like, I'm searching all the time. So I deeply apologize. Or it starts with, I have to do the first, and then the 4, and then dark, and then devs.
It's Nekomaru's back! Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
This is the end!
There. Finally. That's where I struggled with it. It's because of the way I have my.
Even
that's
if
my
you
only
didn't get
issue is
behind
my skill
Nekomaru,
with looking
you should have
back
been
and
able to
forth
press the
situation.
button on the back of his neck.
Again, I deeply apologize. I know I have some issues, like with, when I'm doing that panic talk situation, it's always the stupid, I have to look at the keyboard. Because I've had that struggle where if I'm typing anything on keyboard, I need to always look at the keyboard and not what I'm looking at all the time, so that's my problem. So I apologize if I struggle with that when I do any of those, panic talks after stuff. That's the thing I see my struggle with the most. And I get focused so much on the game.
As long as you have the power of the hamsters you keep with you.
The hamsters.
Oh? Are you seriously saying he used his hamsters to press the button on the back of Nekomaru's neck?
I mean, yeah. That's the only thing I can think of, yeah. That's the only thing, because he's not alone. He's got his hamsters.
Of course that'd be impossible for a normal hamster. But it would have been possible for Gundam.
Yeah, because he's the ultimate breeder.
In fact, we saw that with our very own eyes, right?
Immerse of evil in accordance with our ancient contract. The time has come to lend me your aid. Pierce through supernova Silver Fox Sandy! Oh, it pressed the button. Truly, this is the skyline lamented art of the demon mouse. Soon the door of destiny shall open.
Now that you mention it, after Ibuki was killed in the music venue,
Oh yeah, I think he also used his hamster.
one of Gundam's hamsters retrieved the piece of wallpaper from the baton lighting, right?
Yeah, I remember that too now.
Hey, with your friends and their exceptionally smart brains, it must have been possible to secretly get one of them behind Nekomaru and press the button on the back of his neck.
Hello, welcome.
How about it,
Hope everyone's the
Gundam?
people who are coming in. Hope everyone's doing well. How is everyone doing right now? Sorry if it's taking so long with this gosh darn stream. This is my struggle, I guess. I'm ready to laugh now.
Not just myself, but you actually brought up how splendid my subordinates are. I have no recourse but to admit it.
Oh, Lord, please. I want to finally have this trial end.
Admit it? Did you say you admit it?
It appears I've obtained a one-way ticket to hell. Fine! Then you must trample me underfoot and advance.
I'm hoping we can finally get through this trial and end and everything. And I'm gonna just... But I'm gonna come back again to play more Danganronpa. I think it's Thursday because I'm not streaming tomorrow. That'll be good anyways for my soul.
Victory can only be built
So-
upon a foundation of corpses. You cannot find peace without sacrifice anywhere.
So I'm just trying to think. I'm just before I do anything else. I'm trying to think. Are we still gonna do the closing thing? Because Nagito.
Now, trample
let's
this
try,
life.
hopefully.
Trample
Get
it
to a point
as
where I
though
can
it were
hit
mere trash
something
on the
like that.
side of the road. Pull the curtain strings of this worthless performance with your own two hands.
Just. Yay! So we got closing argument. Oh lord. Trying to figure out where this. Hold on. Trying to figure out where that goes. Because I'm thinking that the other two don't make sense. Maybe this? There we go. Stop two. Darn it! My brain is not thinking. Darn it, my brain's not thinking. I'm trying to look at all the ones. Frick. This is the one trial that I'm struggling with. Why did I have so much? I can redo it again. It's just one of those times. I can retry it again. It's always a retry. I'm trying to think of how everything goes in order.
This is my...
I'm always gonna retry.
We will never give up!
It's just the way some of the ones are just confuse me. That's all. Look at that closing argument. That's all. I'm trying to figure it out. Check. Oh, that's... I keep doing that. Darn it there. I had it right at some point. Oops. You go there. That's where I meant. I like how it switches it up. Okay, I already have that. just... Now I see. Hold on, I have a hammer. No, then. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Looking at the images, I paused for a second. Okay, I'm trying to. My brain is pausing it so I can get my. I'm trying to get my thoughts right for this. Trying to think what's what. Oh, I didn't even realize this. Gather the lounge. Oh, I didn't even realize this, but it tells you. Liar. I know this one.
Here's everything
There
that
we
happened
go.
in this
I
case.
didn't even realize it tells you. I just
Let's
it
first
tells
go
you
over the
by
many
finger-
tricks the killer
finger-
prepared
okay,
before
I
they
didn't
committed the
realize
crime.
I'm stupid. I
First,
see.
they destroyed the contact elevator. This separated Nagito and the others in Strawberry House from our group in Grape House. Next, they lured Nekomaru out by himself by turning back all the clocks in the funhouse by 2 hours.
By 2 hours.
Additionally, in order to secure an alibi, the killer went to the Strawberry House lounge and set the wall clock's alarm to 5:30 a.m. After finishing their preparations, the killer went to Strawberry Tower with the necessary tools in hand. They obtained these tools from the Octagon, which you can enter once you clear the final dead room.
Right.
This means the killer discovered the secret of the funhouse faster than anybody else. That secret being, Strawberry House and Grape House are actually the same building.
Yep.
On the morning of the incident, Nekomaru woke up and headed over to Grape Tower for a specific reason.
Monokuma Tai Chi.
There, Fuyuhiko, who was at the lounge by coincidence, witnessed Nekomaru. According to Fuyuhiko's testimony, that was around 5 a.m., but by that point, the killer had already messed with our perception of time.
Right.
In actuality, Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru at 7 a.m. That's also the same time Monokuma Tai Chi begins. Nekomaru went to Grape Tower to participate in that. However, because the contact elevator was broken, Nekomaru was unable to go to Grape Tower. So he decided to try going to Strawberry Tower.
Gundam because it's hamsters. In
But
the image.
the killer was waiting for him there.
It's Gundam.
With the power of hamsters, they were able to press the good night button on the back of Nekomaru's neck. This forced him to enter sleep mode, rendering him immobile.
Right.
From there, the killer began preparing to use the ultimate weapon. First, they set the alarm in Nekomaru's chest to 7:30 a.m. so he'd wake up. Then they tied him up with a metal wire, tied the tip of the wire into a loop, and hung it on the doorknob.
Right.
After leaving Strawberry Tower, the killer then destroyed the door button to Strawberry Hall.
Right.
They did this to keep us from entering Strawberry Tower,
Right.
and to keep us from discovering the secret of the building structure that they used to kill Nekomaru.
Yep.
Then, they used the secret octagon passageway to travel to Grape House. After arriving at Grape Hall, they pressed the button to open the door to the tower. When that happened, the elevator-like floor of the tower began descending. And Nekomaru's body was still inside, dangling upside down in midair from the wire.
Right.
The killer entered Grape Tower to see if their setup was successful,
Right.
and placed a hammer on the floor to look like the weapon, then wrapped a
Basically,
chain around the back
chain
door.
and the hammer were red herrings from the start, I had a feeling.
This was done to make us falsely believe we couldn't enter the tower from Strawberry Hall.
That too. Basically some red herrings.
With this, the killer finished their setup and tried to go back to their room using the secret passage,
Right.
so they could craft their alibi when Nekomaru died from the fall. But something unexpected happened. Fuyuhiko, who saw Nekomaru earlier, was still at the lounge.
Right.
As a result, the killer couldn't return to their room, and with no options available, time ran out. The lounge's wall clock alarm started ringing at 5:30. Well, actually 7:30. To avoid a worst-case scenario, the killer was forced to appear in front of Fuyuhiko with the others. When the wall clock's alarm rang, that was also the same time Nekomaru was waking up. He woke up while he was still hanging upside down, so he couldn't help but sway his body powerfully. Originally, the loop of wire was only supposed to slip off the doorknob. But because there was a heavier load than expected, the doorknob ended up breaking.
Yep.
Nekomaru fell from the 4th floor all the way to the 1st floor. He crashed into the pillar, which decapitated him on impact, and died.
Because he's a robot. He's only a robot.
The sound of Nekomaru's impact echoed throughout the funhouse.
Yeah, but it did. Everyone was freaking out. I mean, everyone heard it, but they were all also tired and hungry.
However, by this point, the killer's plan was about to fail, thanks to the broken doorknob and Fuyuhiko. Meaning, the killer is someone who wouldn't have heard the alarm if they were in the deluxe room.
Right.
They also wouldn't have been able to return to their guest room, because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge.
Right.
That someone is Gundham Tanaka. I can't think of anyone else but you.
This is gonna be
Splendid.
results.
That was splendid. For a mere human, you did quite well.
Stop. Stop it already.
Akane.
Stop using weird words to avoid the truth. Or I'll friggin' kill you myself!
Akane, no, please don't.
I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe. You killed Nekomaru?
I'm surprised. I still don't know why.
I cannot believe something like that.
You don't wish to forgive me? Do you feel regret? Then finish it! Cast your impure votes for Gundham Tanaka!
Okay.
My beloved, deadly foes, let the voting time begin!
Oh, Lord. Oh. I knew that 50 is gonna bring me down, I think. 60. 0. Oh, I still got a B in the end? How? I still had a B in the end.
This result isn't all that exciting.
What?
Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Please pull the lever! Crap! I bit my tongue at the most important part!
Okay, I didn't even know Monokuma can accidentally bite his own tongue when speaking. I've done that before where I'm talking and then I accidentally bite my tongue or something or inside my cheek. But why Gundam? Why Gundam? Oh my lord. It'd be bad if I bit my tongue again, so I'll speak slowly. Judging from the results, you guys were correct once again, getting 4 in a row without any mistakes is a splendid achievement. That's right, the one who eliminated the robotic Nakamura is the amazing Funhouse. Gundam Tanaka.
Nice!
Yay! I said that without biting my tongue. Hey buddy, who cares about you?
Now then.
Now that we've decided who the eliminator is, let's do the punishment already and get this over with. Dang, he just wants it over with. Hold on. It's true that the class trial is finished, but that doesn't mean the incident is over. We can't finish yet until we hear it from Gundam.
Jeez.
No matter what he says, it won't change a thing. I have no right to stop you either, so do whatever you like.
Fall, my tears.
Why do you want to talk to one who has lost? The loser merely leaves. It would just be unnecessary for me to say something.
Listen well.
Is what I would like to say, but for honor's sake I shall correct one thing. Correct?
How pitiful.
You guys said I made Nekomaru powerless without fighting him. That, however, is a great mistake. Huh?
Fine.
Nekomaru did fight. That is no mistake. And because he fought, he lost and died.
Damn it!
Lost and died?
This, too, must be the will of causality.
Anyways, if he were just trying to cling to life, there are many ways he could have done so. However, he did not allow that. What?
You.
I'm confused by this now. What do you mean? Explain. Fine then. Then I shall reveal it all.
Let's make history.
Within the final dead room, I discovered the secrets of the Funhouse. And I decided a eliminating plan utilizing that secret. By tampering with all the clocks in the building, I succeeded in luring Nekomaru to the tower. And this is what happened. Nekomaru and I were alone in the tower, standing face to face with one another. I should have said I expected as much from Nekomaru. He sensed my subtle eliminating intent, and instantly knew the situation. And we had ourselves a stare down. In that situation, if he wanted to run, it would have been easy for him to do so. He could have run away, or even called for help. But he did not turn his back to me. Dang. Dang. This is the first time I played this. This is the second game, and I played the first Danganronpa game. So I just got through this trial. So, oh, then I'm gonna cough. So this is the first time I've ever played the Danganronpa games on myself. I've seen other people who played it, but I never played it myself, and I've always wanted to try it out. I remember some stuff, but I forgot a lot of things. Whatnot, so... Sorry about that. I had to cough because I'm trying to clear my throat to continue doing the voices I've been giving them. Indeed, he chose a fight that risked life and death.
That is...
A fight that risked life and death.
Let me tell you.
He was serious
this.
too. He gave it his all to try and eliminate me.
Huh?
Oh Lord. Huh? Not the laugh again. If I had died instead, the mysterious surrounding the case would have been even more complicated. You would have never known why I, the victim, went to the tower by myself.
I can see it!
Nobody would know the victim, me, was actually the one who planned the whole thing.
Could it be?
Nekomaru really did that. That's...
Sensing even my subtle killing intent, as expected of you, Nekomaru.
This scorching, stinging, tense atmosphere. I've been a team manager for so long, I'd nearly forgotten this. This is great! What a comforting atmosphere!
What? Nekomaru, what?
That's a great line.
And what is your reason? Do you intend to resolve this situation by killing me?
I am the Warlock, Gundham Tanaka! Heroes, Lords of Darkness, and even the gods themselves flee from me! I need not cling to any trivial reason. I'm simply going to kill you because your very existence is an annoyance!
Ow!
You'll drench your soul with evil until the bitter end, huh? Splendid!
What does that even mean, Nekomaru?
In response to your spirit, I shall kill you with all of my might!
Oh, Lord.
I won't go easy on you! Don't even think about holding back! Don't waste your breath on cowardly tactics! Give me everything you got!
Oh, Lord.
Nekomaru Nidai, your blood will drench the foundation of my empire!
Oh, golly. Goodness.
That is...
Why? Why did you fight? We are all friends. Why couldn't you stop this? Even if both sides agree, it was still wrong.
I will not argue. I have no intent of forcing my values upon you.
Let me tell
However,
you this.
I must say this. What's the point of living if you're just waiting until you finally die?
You weakling!
There's nothing courageous about that. That is abandonment. A mere fleeing of resigning. Resention, I think. Wait, are you telling us to wait until we starve to death? I'd rather have that happen to us than have our friends eliminate each other. Do you mean that you'd rather die?
Fall,
Ever
my
since
tears.
we were locked inside that building, everyone had been dominated by the feeling of abandonment. However, nothing is born from resignation. I'm sorry if I messed this up. That is simply a reason to give up.
If you flinch,
Giving up
you will
on life,
die!
That's just an insult to life itself.
Let me ask.
Have you fools heard of the term dog eat dog? What the frick is that supposed to be? I apologize if I'm trying to get loud. I might accidentally. Why did you have to bring that up? I'm not saying that word, but why Chiaki?
Fine.
In zoology, that is commonly observed phenomenon. Many creatures at some point in their lifespan engage in, I guess, that.
Listen
That is
well!
what it means to live. If you are saying eliminating for your sake of living is evil, then what would you call giving up on life itself?
I shall engulf this world.
I see what he's kind of getting at this point. I see. If a world would consider that justice, then I will fight that world with every last fiber of my being. Giving up on life and choosing death is nothing but a blasphemy towards life.
I renounce you!
It is a violation of natural order. It is the arrogance of humanity.
You.
Are you saying it's all that to try to justify what you did?
But
But it sounds like Nekomaru felt the same too. That's why they fought, right?
Damn it.
Fine.
That man had the courage to die when he needed to die. That is why he challenged me to our battle. Regardless, as I've already said, I do not intend to force my values upon you fools. I have betrayed you all. That is the absolute truth.
Fall,
But
my tears.
Even so, do not think it's a better alternative to slowly die, starving to death here.
Oh.
I see why. Okay. Now I'm understanding why he did this. Okay. It makes sense now. He understood that it's better if... I see. He knew this was wrong anyways, and he still did it. He wanted to do this for, not for himself, just for eliminating anybody and all this. He did it for everyone else, I think. He knew that it would be not a good idea. Because, if anything, what would happen to Monokuma if we all just do that? Would he get bored or something, or whatever? Or something along those lines, so... I think he did it for the rest of us, because he knew this was gonna probably not be a good thing. So, I guess... Maybe, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't know if I'm wrong.
That belief is why you committed your crime.
You...
Hey, what about the final dead room? Did you do that too?
I'm not saying it.
Let's make history.
Unlike Nagito, I only did it once, but... compared to my battle with Nekomaru, that was mere child's play. Maybe, she's thoughts.
Well?
You know, after listening to you talk for a while, I'm starting to think that, well, it's also because you unexpectedly admitted your crime without much resistance.
Gundam, dude. Oh wait, wrong person. I thought it was Gundam. He was saying himself. Sorry, Gundam. Don't tell me you didn't sacrifice yourself for our sake. Did you? That's what everyone's thinking. My bad. I keep accidentally, because he's right there. I'm thinking it's Gundam talking, but then it's actually Hajime. My bad. I can't believe you would ask such a foolish question.
My name
Just
is
who do you
Gundam
think
Tanaka!
I am Gundam Tanaka, history's greatest monster. My cursed existence is feared by all mankind. There's no way I'd sacrifice myself for the sake of you fools.
Fade like dust in the wind.
Dang. Not in a million, not in a billion, not even in 10 billion years in the name of pandemonium. It is impossible. Sorry if I messed up. Is that it? Then I'll just leave it at that. Now then, let us be rid of this foolish talk. It is about time the fun started. Monokuma, let us begin!
Yes, indeed!
Yay! Got it! I have a very special punishment for the ultimate breeder, Gundam Tanaka!
Please wait!
Please wait, this is just too much.
I beg of you!
Please, Monokuma, please help Gundam.
Huh?
Miss Sonia.
I beg of you!
Please, I beg of you.
How pitiful.
Sonia. An act as refined as stopping a man from going to his death do not benefit a noble such as yourself.
Gundam.
Is it fine to start for reals? Right?
Fine.
Yes, I do not mind. However...
What is it, my 4 dark devas of destruction? Are you worried about me? Oh, my feared 4 dark devas of destruction, that is not like you at all. However, there is no need to fear. In this world, I am only a temporary visitor.
Oh no.
I was simply visiting for a moment, and now that my duty is complete, I must return to the darkness. That is why, until the very end, pride, conceit, courage, insolence, fearful of nothing, daunted by nothing.
Oh lord.
Let us laugh uproariously! That is Gundam Tanaka! I shall stick with my evil until the very end! Open sesame pandemonium! I shall fill hell with true hell!
Okay, I have no idea what's going on. Why? Oh gosh. I'm betting a lot of people liked Gundam too, and this is.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Oh my lord, I'm worried about his hamsters. What about his hamsters? Oh lord, what about his hamsters? Oh lord. Here it comes. Why do they have fruit on their heads? What is happening? What? What is going? His hamsters. Why is he leaving? He's leaving them there. What is going on? Where did he get that stick from? What? Why? I'm confused about the animals with the what's with the animals and like the fruit on their heads? What is happening? I'm confused. Huh? Confused. What? Did nothing work? No! Oh! Oh! Down on the ground he goes. Oh! Ouch. What the? Animals with wings? What the world? Oh, they're taking him. Where are they taking him? What? No, his hamsters. They all don't have his. No! They turned him into a star. What? What? Goodness. Gundam! No! No! I didn't have to do anything. Even after Gundam is gone, the spirit of his parting words still linger deep in our chests. Don't give up on life. Did I misunderstand what he meant? Then what's the right thing to do? I don't know. I know! What the freak? His hamsters! No! I was still confused by the whole thing of his punishment anyways. Like, why was there animals with fruit on them? Like, how was that helpful? I don't know. They were like doing I don't know. That was confusing me and stuff. Some stuff confused me in that punishment there. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know if I'll ever be able to answer that.
Damn it.
Dang it. Dang it! I'm so mad. I need to throw something.
Damn it!
Why do you need to throw something? Like, are you gonna throw a rock in the water? You all spent so much time worrying about each other, and thanks to that, things ended like this. You all... I'm not saying that. Every last one of you. But the biggest one is me.
The worst.
I can't... Some of the words I'm not gonna say, because I will never curse. Dang it. Why am I so weak?
Oh.
It's such a downer, clearly. But still, even though we feel this way, we still gotta do our very best.
You are right.
You are right. This time around, we must move forward. We must continue to live and believe in our friends. If not,
You are right.
Gundam will most likely crawl his way out of Heck, and I presume he will be very crossed with us.
She's crying! No, Sonia! You're right. You're right. We shouldn't just stand here. I mean, it's not like this is over. We still have to do it. Still have to finish this. For the sake of our friends who have died, we need to finish this once and for all. So, don't just stand there. Stand up and walk. Move forward. Live. If you don't, everyone who fought and died will have died in vain. We can't allow that. So how long are you guys gonna stand around jattering? The last round is over, so it would be okay for you to hurry back to Jabberwocky Island. However, the eliminated school trip will proceed as usual, so make sure you know that.
Wait!
Hold on. How much longer are you gonna keep doing this?
Bye, Monami. Seriously, how long is he gonna keep doing this? How long is this going to continue?
Now then.
Alright, after feeling down for so long, I finally feel refreshed. Let's hurry back and eat some food!
Hey!
Hold on a sec. The moon shifts so dang fast.
It's not like that.
Well, you know, it's like Gundham and Ikumaru said. This is what it means to live, right?
Oh, she's also crying even though she's smiling.
She's certainly something else. But seriously, I'm starving.
Hey, hey.
Then let's go back for now and eat. And then, after we're full, let's sleep as much as we want.
Right?
And then, let's do our best again.
Yeah, you're right.
With this, the class trial has come to an end, and once again we return to Jabberwock Island. The size of our group has definitely diminished. But despite that, even if it was just the rest of us, we did our best to stay upbeat and have fun together. Of course, our optimism was only superficial. But at the moment, we were able to forget about the dark despair looming up before us. However, the only thing I was worried about was him. He wasn't there. He suddenly disappeared from our sights. Who are they referring? Nagito? What's going on?
Yep, I'm definitely lucky.
What is he doing?
I never expected to obtain so many valuable things from a simple game of...
That game, I'm not saying it. Oh, that face. That face of his. Oh, Lord.
Thanks to that, I was able to learn the identity of our true enemy. And before everyone else, too. But it's just too funny. I mean, no one could tell that I was lying. There's no way the file had just Hajime's information.
Oh, he lied to us about that. Not just our information. Everyone's information is there. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Dang. So I knew he was holding back on us. Again, I keep saying this. Every time Naito learns information about something, he holds it back. He's hiding it, and he knows it. For a certain reason. He knows that. He's holding more than he's saying. So...
Well...
If anything, it's gonna eventually, I don't know, come back or something. Or, I don't know. I have no idea what's gonna happen.
I guess we're too busy with other matters. Or maybe they've reached their limit. Regardless, I was saved. Things would get complicated if they found out. Anyways, I can't forgive this.
Damn it.
This should never be forgiven. There's no way I can let this run loose. I'll be the one who stops this once and for all.
What is he meaning? Now I'm concerned.
Even if it costs me my life.
Oh
It's
no,
obvious.
don't tell me he's gonna do something risky.
For the sake of hope, I cannot ignore this.
Oh, Lord.
Monokuma appears!
I'm gonna get to a certain point and then stop, and then I'll end for the night.
Alright, Monokuma, it's alright. Who summoned me?
Now then.
Thanks for coming.
What's this?
Why isn't it the lonely little Nagito? You're all alone tonight, too.
What's the matter?
Oh, what's up? Your face looks scary. I see. So, you can tell. Perhaps you found out who the traitor is? You know me well.
Wow.
Is what I'd like to say, but unfortunately, I haven't learned that yet. I see, so you even don't know, huh? Looks like the final showdown is going to take a little more time.
Dots.
Hello.
So, why'd you summon me anyway? Were you finally going to confess your love?
What? Why would he confess his love to who? You? No.
Hey,
That's weird. No way. What does it mean by confess his love? That's so odd.
I'd summon you because there's something I really need to ask you. It's about the special prize from the final dead room. Oh yeah? What about it? There was information about 16 people in the file I received. But isn't that weird?
Say what?
That's weird.
you don't even know?
Well, there's a traitor from the Future Foundation hiding among us, right? Including that person, the total number of students would be 16, right?
Isn't that right?
But this file contains documents that were created at Hope's Peak Academy, right?
Of course!
That's right. I just reused the stuff that the former headmaster spent a lot of time making.
But
If this file even contains information about the traitor, was that person also a former student at Hope's Peak Academy?
Ah.
Who knows?
I wonder.
hey,
Could it be? Is that your doing? Did you slip false information into the file? Or are you trying to keep us from learning the traitor's identity by obtaining this information?
Excuse me if I'm failing at my Nagito voice that I'm trying to give him. Dots.
What's wrong with that? If it's my job to heat things up, it's okay if I do something small like that, right?
well,
That's not my point.
right?
My point is, you already know who the traitor is. What's wrong with that?
You're getting all riled up!
You were splendidly correct when I said I knew who the traitor was all along. But even though I know who it is, why do you think I ignored it on purpose? It's just like Monami after losing her magic stick. The traitor exists means absolutely nothing to me. Their existence means nothing, huh?
No, no!
Well, that's just how I feel. I'm sure you guys feel somewhat different.
Shing!
After all, that person is the Evil Foundation lackey who's putting you guys through this awful situation. That's not entirely true. I didn't come here to fight or anything like that. Instead, I came here to offer my cooperation, you know?
Huh?
Oh gosh, Nagito. Yeah, I knew he was gonna risk something. Aw, he's making something risky. He's doing something risky.
Cooperation?
Hey,
Your purpose is to fill everyone on this island with despair, right? That's why you're intentionally letting the traitor do as they please, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I...
If that's the case, I might be able to cooperate somewhat too.
right?
However, in exchange, I would want to know who the traitor is.
All the creepy eyes are at it again. He has his creepy eyes. Not that. What is he doing?
I see. Interesting. Very interesting.
No, no, no!
That's a big no-no.
Unbelievable.
I want to make everyone in your group feel despair. That includes you, too.
Well,
Well, I knew you would say that. Besides, I just want to be able to handle this sadness. I wouldn't be able to handle the sadness when you independently betray me later on. Just as I thought. You saw right through me.
you're right.
No matter what situation I find myself in, my core way of thinking will never change. In order to create absolute hope that shines brightly, stepletters such as myself and despair exist.
Him and the stepladders, always. What the freak? Why?
You're right, you're a true believer of hope after all. I must say that belief reminds me of that person for some reason.
Oh lord, is he referring to Makoto? Because that's the only person I could think he would refer to is Makoto Naegi, because he was the one that was always full of hope too, so...
Huh?
That's the only thing I can say.
Remind you? I don't know who you're talking about, but if as someone as worthless as me reminds you of some other person, they must be extremely unlucky.
Like...
You're just as unlucky, right? I mean, the fact that you're even involved in something like this.
Well,
I am. I actually think I'm very lucky.
Say what?
Confused with how Nagito does his stuff.
you don't know?
Wouldn't you say that coming across this much despair is rather a rare opportunity? I can't rely on anyone on this island. That's why I have to be the one who does it. If I can eliminate despair from this island, I would be a stepladder. I won't be a stepladder anymore. I can become true hope.
There's his creepy laughter again.
I'll become an existence that could even be called ultimate hope. The two of you are alike. You definitely remind me of him.
Hey,
Hey, there's one more thing I want to ask you.
see?
Who are you waiting for on this island? Huh? Looks like I'm right again. You're definitely waiting for someone on this island. Is the person you're waiting for already on this island?
Oh lord, what? That's confusing, hold on. What does he mean by he's waiting for this person on the island? What is that supposed to mean? I'm now utterly confused by this. Because... Huh? What is Monokuma waiting for someone on this island for, and what reason?
Hey.
Well, answer my question.
That's...
If that's the case, if that person's already on this island... Wouldn't that be exciting?
All he's doing is laughing now. Is that it? Huh? I am so confused, utterly. What? Huh? Lord of mercy, I have no idea anymore what's going on. Ugh. Chapter 4. Gundam. We only have 7 left. Oh my gosh. Obtain. You have obtained present Heckhound earring. Oh, this earring. Yes. Let us save. After being released from the funhouse, we went back to our living our less and ordinary lives. And just like that, before our day began, with all of us gathered at the restaurant.
Jeez.
Alright, I feel like this gives me a good opportunity to stop and end. Because I feel like it's best if I think it's best, where is my chat screen? I'm gonna go to my chat screen real quick and end for, I need to end because I'll go insane, and we can continue this more on Thursday, I believe, because I'm playing, let me go back to my, if you haven't checked the schedule, check the post, do check the post section of my channel. That's where I have my stream schedule out and about. Yes, on Thursday, the same time as today, I will be continuing Danganronpa again, so I think I really need to kind of get out of the game and everything and chill out. Whew. After all that, I finally got through it. Oh, that trial. I think my only issue was I struggled too much on that trial was, I think, the rebuttals. That's what held me back, in my opinion, because I was struggling with those darn rebuttals. Oh, I feel so bad I did that worse. I really wish I didn't do that so worse. I can normally, I just need to next time figure out what's what first. Goodness gracious. Now I'm up, good lord. But now I know. Okay. But I feel like I hope you guys enjoyed so far. But Lord of Mercy, so Gundam was the one that eliminated Nekomaru. They did it for their reason. They did it for a reason. Yeesh. They did it. I'm gonna add something. Some stuff. I think the reason... Hold on. I feel like the thing about the cuts with the rebuttals is you have the arrow keys and it's the arrow keys and the WASD keys. You have to kind of move them in a way where it's like you angled, like it's the angles. I think. That's what I think, but I don't know. I think that's mainly... I'm adding some stuff to the title, sorry. Before I... I'm gonna add some stuff. I'm just adding some stuff to the title. Just a bit. So that it makes a little bit more sense on something. Just of some stuff, but with the cuts in the rebuttal stuff, it's with I'm basically using both the arrow keys and ASDW. Because I think one side is angling, one of them is like angling where the words were, the other one is for the actual cut, is what I'm getting at. I totally forgot, I don't remember what trial it brought up the arrow keys or something, or I just must have, it went over my head or something, but that is, I think, what it's talking about, in my opinion. In my opinion, that's what I think it was about, maybe. But, but it's so sad. I feel bad for Nekomaru's, not Nekomaru. We lost Nekomaru, which is, why did he have to do this? Why? But, bro, why the freak did, why his hamsters, Gundam's hamsters, no! Why his hamsters? I know! Here's the thing, he cared for his hamsters. I understand why he left them. Because he knew, because here's the thing, when we were talking to him and how he did, when we were talking, like, not just during the trial, when I think Chiaki mentioned something, or I think it was after the trial, I think the reason, I understand their reasoning. I think I'm kind of understanding what he's getting at. And I understand why he left those hamsters behind, in a way. He left them because I think he wanted them to live. He wants his hamsters to live. He cared for those animals. He was the ultimate breeder, after all. Because I remember when we hang out with him one time, he was worried about some of his animals. At one point, I don't remember what stream that was when we hung out with him or something, and he mentioned those or something. But I understand why he did what he did, and why Nekomaru also, I think he kind of complied with this. I'm thinking that's what it is. He knew that it wouldn't work if we continued staying in the Han Fun House, not getting any food, and surviving as much as we could. It was basically eventually something even worse was going to happen. Or what he mentioned about the animal situation again. That's going to end up what's going to happen. I think was in his mind. I don't know for sure, but something along those lines or something else. But he knew this was not going to be a good thing. He knew it's not going to last long. So he had to make the choice of eliminate someone to help everyone else or continue until they starve to death. So he took the option that was even though he knew it was going to be bad because he's going to get found out once they do the trial and everything in the investigation. He still took a chance anyways for the others, because again, everyone is considered a friend. He knew he was going to betray everyone, but he still did it. He did it in the ideal of his friends, I think. But the way he says, even though he says he wouldn't do it in a billion years and stuff, I believe he still would do it regardless. Regardless. So he was thinking it's the only option. And he knew he shouldn't, but he did it anyways because he wanted everyone else to live. Because if they kept believing that it's the best that they wait until they die of starvation or something, it wouldn't end good in any way. So both sides are kind of bad, starving to like the starving thing and then eliminating, but one of them had to be ones that had to lead to an outcome where everyone else could continue on living and try to figure out what's going on, why they're here, and to think about life more, I think, is what they're saying, because they weren't thinking about, I guess, their lives. Like, don't give up on your life kind of vibes or something. That's what I'm going on in the vibes. What do you guys think? I mean, gosh darn it, Gundam. But still, I feel like in the end, it's giving us more answers and stuff, but we're losing so many people. We are now down to 7. Nagito, Hajime, Kazuichi, Fumihiko, Akane, Sonia, not Mikana, Chiaki. We also have Monami and Monokuma still around, but they don't count as students. So, I'm excited to see what happens for the next one. I'm tired. I'm also, because I was struggling with my rebuttals, I am upset with I need to de-stress a little bit. I think this trial was my most stressful one. Yes, they were put in a tough situation where they're in a fun house, no windows, no timing of where they can, no time to know, I mean, they have time, but no announcements of when it's morning and night, no way to get out unless either you do one thing or the other, so they were in a very tough situation where at any points, even if one choice or the other are both bad, they have to take at least one of them that will lead to that'll do whatever they can, I guess. So it's hard to make a good decision when you're stuck in there. So that's why I said that's why they both, I think Nekomaru and Gundam in this way sacrificed both their lives for the other characters, which is like Hajime, Nagito, Kazuichi, Sonia, Akane, Fumihiko, Chiaki, for that reason. So, but I feel bad for his hamsters. Again, I feel bad for his hamsters the most because, they were his pets. They were things he also cared for them, and he wanted them to live too. So he also sacrificed his life for his pets, as well. But were you surprised about the funhouse being the actual weapon instead of an actual the actual weapon that eliminated Nekomaru? Because that is shocking. The actual building itself, the Gundam, because he was the one who, I guess, eliminated Nekomaru, utilized the building to be what eliminated Nekomaru, not actual thing. Dang, that was a shocker. But I think earlier in one of my streams where we were in the funhouse, I did say that it's a possibility. I said something, I don't know what I said, but I did mention about the different shapes of the, I think of the funhouse. I did mention those at some point, but I didn't know when that was going to put into play. And then when it finally put into play that this was the same building, then I think I was on a track, but I just probably forgot it. I probably forgot if I was on the right track at some point. But in one of my past streams about things, but I'm curious. I'm more curious about who the traitor is, because from how that interaction Nagito and Monokuma have, Monokuma knows who the traitor is. And from how it sounds, it seems like the traitor is still living. I don't know who the traitor is still, but he knows the traitor's still there, and he's just letting the traitor do as they want for now until, I guess, a right timing or something. However, I'm curious why the traitor is here. What's the traitor doing in this game? Now, because we know that in the first game, again, Sakura was, again, the traitor, but who is the traitor? We gotta figure out, I'm still trying to figure out who's the traitor in this game, or something like that, but my question is, what is the motivation of the traitor? What's the motivation for this traitor in this time? Because the motivation is completely different. Their motivation is probably different from what Sakura did, so... Yeah. Anyways, what do you guys think? Any, thoughts on... Any thoughts on, anything regarding the traitor, Nagito, and that interaction with the about some stuff, and... Also, I want to ask, did you guys enjoy the stream? I do apologize for my struggle, though. Please. I feel so embarrassed. That was the most frustrating I have been in a game. If anything, I think that was the most frustrated I was at myself in a game, and that was on myself, not at the game. I was having fun, but I think I was just frustrated at that. I do not like the rebuttals, cut things, whatever they're called. Rebuttal showdowns. I think in this game, I did not like the panic thing in the... Was it panic? I think it was in the first game, I didn't like the bullet battle thingy, whatever, with the people. But in this one, I think the only aspect I don't like is the rebuttal showdown, maybe. And I think it's the only this specific trial I did not like it at all. So yeah. Okay, I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that. If they are bringing back some of the past characters like Makoto, Kyoko, and stuff, that'll be interesting. I'm curious as to see where and when that will happen. I'm just curious as to when that will happen. Because it kind of insinuate Makoto in there with the dialogue with Monokuma, with talking about that. So, because he was referring to Nagito as something similar because of how he's interested in hope. Makoto was always on the side of hope anyways, and trying to be hopeful for everyone. So, I can see why Monokuma said what he said. So. But I'm glad I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I think this gives me enough time to... I think it's best if I start ending, actually. I have no stream tomorrow, which is, I think, a Wednesday? Let me double check. That's what I'm thinking. I'm also curious as to what Nagito says by a certain person as well. What did Monokuma mean by waiting for a certain person? If they were on this island or something like that. That is what I'm also confused about as well. So I'm curious as to see what that is about eventually. But anyways, yes, I have no stream tomorrow. That'll give me time to, I guess, get rid of any leftover stress if I still have any from this trial. And then I'm coming back to Danganronpa again on Thursday, same time as today. Then on Friday, I'm going back to the RPG horror game, The Boogeyman, and then I'm going to have my comeback of some Kingdom Hearts. Yes, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll have to see when we come back again next Danganronpa game and everything. But yes, everyone, please get some good sleep. If you haven't eaten, get some food and eat some dinner and stuff. Get some good night's sleep. Get some good rest. Also, get some good rest tomorrow. Everything, and I will see you guys in Thursday's stream. Bye-bye. Mwah.